Hey, welcome back. It's episode 915 of the Hotel Orloff. It's a beautiful Saturday morning, and normally I wouldn't go live on Saturday morning because that is the domain of Comic Book Memories, which is starting in 45 minutes, but maybe we'll be done by then. We have an opportunity to have a live stream from a really cool toy show in Mesa, Arizona. So Kevin Johnson, the owner of Gotham City Comics, which is in Mesa, Arizona, contacted me yesterday and said, hey, you want to do a live stream? Because I'm going to be, this friend of mine setting up at the toy show. He's asked me to help him set up. And so that gives me free entry. And then I'm going to be going around looking at the toys before I open my store. So that's the only reason I'm on at this hour of the morning, which is it's not good to go on Friday night because that's Horror Mike's domain, and Saturday morning is the Comic Book Memories show. But when Comic Book Memories show starts, I'm going to be watching it halfway on my phone if I'm still on the air, and I encourage you to go over there and watch that show, and then come back and watch the rest of this later because this live stream will be around. Look what I found at the Dollar General. $6.95. It's a Quick Draw McGraw Porky Pig, but it also has Space Ghost, and then it has I need to open it up and see what's going on. It says it has Frankenstein Jr. and the Impossibles as well. Now I know you can get the complete works of Frankenstein Jr. and the Impossibles. I mean, I have that I've recorded from Internet Archive, but the official Frankenstein Jr. and the Impossibles, you can get that on DVD from Amazon. And I've got the complete Space Ghost, but, let me see what's going on here. What is this? It's apparently 2-disc set. Intriguing. So I don't know how much they have a Frankenstein Jr. on here. The whole thing is 308 minutes. Well, also, my Coke is downstairs. My Coca-Cola. Sorry, I'm not Hunter Biden. I'm going to go get my Coca-Cola. And also, yes, indeed. So, at Gotham City Comics, he got in a bunch of early Fantastic Fours, pre-1971. And so yesterday on the phone, he was telling me which ones he got, and I was going through my Fantastic Fours, and I think he got a total of 20 from somebody in a trade. And so I was checking to see if there were any holes in my collection, Fantastic Four comics that I'm missing, and turned out there were 5, so I pulled 5. And but since I've got the Fantastic Four comics out, and I was about to go through them anyway because I was going through a box with Detective Comics and Fantastic Four is next, we can why don't we go through my 1960s Fantastic Fours up to the Kennedy Age of Comics, the LBJ Age of Comics, and the early Nixon Age of Comics, and then the late Nixon Age of Comics is when it's formerly was called the Bronze Age, but all the cool people are identifying ages of comics now by the president, whoever was president at the time. So we don't need to go with that Golden Age, Silver Age, Bronze Age nonsense anymore, because we here at the Groucho Orloff Show, Hotel Orloff television program, we've dispensed with that ludicrous nonsense. Yes, indeed. Oh. So, join us as we pull the trigger on Grails and present our comics well here in the comic book community. We're going to be showing some raw comics and some 9.8s, even though they haven't been graded by the CGC gods. And we're going to be looking at tech first, some tech comics, yeah. So moving forward, I'm going to go downstairs and forwardly get my Coca-Cola in this comic book centric and toy centric show today. I'll be showing you some OTR comics off the rack that I bought as a kid, and I'll be showing you some comics I got from my LCS, my local comic store. So join me as we go through my PC, my personal collection. We'll be looking at run fillers and looking at tropes in comic history, and oh my gosh, some ink I got on my this is my little cheat sheet, and I got a water spot, and it's, oh yeah, the water spot is reminding me that I'm supposed to say so yeah and kind of cool a lot, and iconic, yeah, the word iconic. Sorry, my handwriting's so bad. Oh, and I added FOMO, which means fear of missing out. That's for the morons that speculate. Yes, indeed. Look what I found in the closet. Look at this highly collectible Blood Alley. Oh, this is an officially licensed Dracula product. Or is it? Apparently. Because it's, I don't know, what does it say there? Dracula, copyright 1947, 1958, Universal Pictures. It's from, what is that date there? 1988, El Cajon, California. Is that really that identifiable as the Universal Monsters Dracula? To me, that's a generic Dracula. I mean, that doesn't really look, I mean, if he looked like Bela Lugosi, I could see. I mean, I think you could, anyone that wants to make a Dracula sign could do it. Dracula's in public domain, but when you start making him look too much like the Bela Lugosi one, then yeah. Just like anyone can do Frankenstein, you just can't have the flat head and the bolts and all that stuff. That was not in the Mary Shelley book. It is 8:22 in the morning, and it's time. Wake up, ladies and gentlemen. Why are you still sleeping? The show that I always watch on Saturday mornings before Comic Book Memory starts has it shows old cartoons, right? But this morning he's only showing cartoons from that DIC studio, which I think is pronounced Geek, and that's stuff from like the 90s that I don't have any nostalgia for, because I pretty much grew up in the 70s and have my earliest memories are of the very late 1960s. I don't have any nostalgia for Geek. So anyway, so I got to add a word, rabbit hole. That's one. We're going to be going down some rabbit holes, looking at some holy grails. Does anyone use Holy Grail? I think I'm the only one. Everyone else says grails. I say Holy Grail, not to be sacrilegious or anything. It's just, but we're going forward. Let me go downstairs. Going forward, I will go downstairs, and then I will go about 30 feet that way and get my Coke, which is sitting on a ladder downstairs. So this is highly collectible trash, and I'll put it in the highly collectible trash can. Yes. Okay. I just can't tear myself away from this beautiful can. Let me go get the objects that I need. Oh yeah, I showed you this, right? This was sent to me. Highly collectible. As far as I know, there's only one in existence, unless he printed more. Pretty cool. All right. All right. 6 people watching an empty chair. Remember Dr. Gene Scott? He used to come on UHF channels in the middle of the night for hours and hours. He'd buy all this time and go live from, I think he was from California, from San Francisco. This old guy with a big white beard. Remember him? It must have been the 80s, maybe 90s. And if he wasn't happy with the amount of money people were sending in, he'd just sit there and not say anything and glare at the camera angrily. Sometimes he'd start cursing. And sometimes I would record him, and I've got some good footage of him somewhere. Dr. Gene Scott, you remember him? Of course, none of you. This isn't like the Comic Book Memories show where there's tons of people communicating in the chat. They're a lot friendlier crowd over there. They always say, "Hi, how are you doing there? Love's gonna live here." We don't have love here in our chat like they do at the Comic Book Memory Show, which starts in 32 minutes. Love's gonna live here in the Hotel Orloff. Love's gonna live here. Love's gonna live here today. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the great Buck Owens. Well, we're waiting for communication from Kevin Johnson, the owner and proprietor of the historic Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona. And when he contacts us, he will. Only problem is I don't know how good his Wi-Fi is. So if he's taking his phone around this toy show, will it work? Will it glitch out? We will soon find out. Oh, we lost a viewer. Well, that was a worthless piece of trash anyway. That person that just didn't care about that person. Let's see. About that person. Well, I'll tune in and maybe that'll give us an extra viewer. I'll become the 6th viewer. Well, I'll turn in and maybe that'll give us an extra viewer. Yeah, all right. How about that? This is a fake Wonder Woman #1. How about that? From Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona. Bells jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a swinging hipster sleigh. Well, what else can I show you? There's tons of highly collectible FOMO collectibles in here. Oh, we're going to look at tech going forward. All the cool hipsters are calling Detective Comics tech. So I got to be cool for the people in the year 2023 that don't appreciate the year that I live in, which is 1966. Okay. Tech. Oh, that's the wrong box. Oh, well, we'll look at these books. These are books that I had out because we were looking at them on the incredible Four Color Fossils show the other night. Here's Gunsmoke Western. Nothing to do with the great radio show and TV show, one of the longest running shows in TV history until I think The Simpsons might have beat it now. Nothing to do with that. This is, I guess they just didn't somehow. I think this comic might have existed before the radio show started. Kid Colt. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Oh, look. Share the secrets of girls' love. You've got to decide. One of us has to go. I can't. I don't know which one of you I love. She's tormented. Is it Robin? Or is it, who is he, man? Kid Flash, maybe? Oh, look, it's GI Combat number 110. Ditch before we get a TNT hot foot. Haunted tank repays an explosive debt to a ghost in the hair-raising battle. Choose your war. Yeah, the haunted tank was great. Build Big Frankie, the friendliest monster in town. Gigantic Frankenstein. These covers are beautiful. Here's 109. We're going backwards, which is what. So, I told you, you didn't listen to me. I told you that 2024 things were going to hit the ground running and be insane. And we're not even done with January yet. And look at all the horrific things that are happening. I was just listening to someone talking about they're trying to go to digital currency. They want to do away with all the dollars, so they can surveil you better. But they said, well, some people may just not go along with that. They just they don't want to get into that mark of the beast currency, so they'll just. But they said, well, what if they say, well, your property tax has to be paid with this new double currency, and it's like, well, then they can just take your house, and then you're on the street ghost. And now there's all these this stuff going on with the border, man. Who knows? Oh, look at this! It's Ghost Rider number 7, the original Ghost Rider. The Macabre Mystery of Massacre Mountain. Look at that alliteration. Macabre Mystery Massacre Mountain. Alliteration, ladies and gentlemen. They're poets. They're poets and I am. I don't even know why. When did I get these books? I don't even know I had. It's good that I look at these books because, if Kevin, the owner of Gotham City Comics, said, hey, Gratu, look at this book I got. I've got Ghost Rider number 1. I'd say, oh my God, put that in my hold pile. But I already own it. And then I didn't even know I owned it. The Origin of Ghost Rider. I mean, I guess I knew I owned it at one time, but that was a few brain cells ago. Not that it's just age, man. You just forget. Look at these amazing model kits you could get. Spider-Man, the Hulk, Captain America. 98 cents each, which was very expensive back then. Okay, all right. Girls love. Baby, you've got to make up your mind. Now, is it me or that hippie? That filthy hippie, that peacenik, that love makes the world go flat. What does it say at the top there? What can a girl do when the boy she wants keeps running away from love? This was put on the rack on August 29th. $4 at an amazing store. It's 11 hours away from me now, but it's called Collected Comics in Fort Worth. They have a couple of locations. Um, it was better the way it used to be. It used to be they had a store, and then they had an adjoining store that they used for storage that you could go in and look through the boxes, but they weren't really organized or priced. And I think something happened. The landlord, or there was a horrible smell from a store next to them or something. Anyway, they moved further down the strip center, and then they put all their comics in those drawers that come out. I don't like shopping that way, those metal drawers. But originally, when you were able to go through all those boxes with unpriced comics, then you'd hand them to the owner, and he'd give you really good prices like that, But the problem with the store is if the owner wasn't there, if he was away at a convention or something, then the employees just say, I can't, you'll have to wait till the owner comes back. I can't price the cost. Like, oh, man. And he's not coming back for a week. And then you got to leave the books there. And then that was a pain. Let me see what's going on in the Peanut Gallery. No, that's copywritten by the Comic Book Memory Show. By the Rogues Gallery, we'll call it that. Let's see. We've got John Gores, the famous animator and filmmaker. John Gores, have you heard about Elizabeth Warren's new tax plans? She wants the man to come and evaluate all your comics and collectibles to redistribute all the wealth you're hoarding there. Are you kidding? Oh, that's great. I got to look that up. It's too funny, says Tiki Dino. When I go through my collection, I'm surprised what I have. Yeah, isn't it, man? It's called mental insanity. Well, there's not that much. I'm not some millionaire person that has millions of dollars. I mean, what I've got, I don't have these comics like that are worth 20, 30,000. I really don't think I've got any comics worth more than, I might have a few comics. I'm trying to think, what's the most valuable comic I own? How much is Fantastic Four with the first Black Panther? I think that's gone down in value because the movie, they started making Black Panther movies where he's dead. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the actor, but they should have recast it. Just, Sean Connery's not around. Well, you get a new guy to be James Bond. You don't kill off the character because Sean Connery doesn't want to play the role anymore, or if someone passes away. That was a big mistake. That was one of the. So I've got that. I've got that first Harley Quinn and that Batman Adventures comic. Got Hulk 180. I don't know. What do I have? I don't think I have much valuable. So Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas can go pound salt. Really, I got to look that up. Is it just collectibles, or did she specifically say comics? You guys, all the rest of you 9 people or 8 people, because one of them, have you heard about this? It seems like I would have heard about something like this. Why isn't everyone in the, what is it called? The comic book community or the comic book fam? Why aren't they all talking about it, doing shows about it? It sounds like I could, that's another word. It sounds like I could make content about Elizabeth Warren. Instead of a show, people call it content, which is really a disgusting word. That content started in the adult industry. They said, we're gonna film some content today, which means dirty, movies. And now, everyone's calling it content. I really like your content. No, your content. Say I really like your show. Well, I'm losing viewers. Like now we're down to 7. What is going on here? Last Avenger 85 says, where are the toys? We're waiting. I started the stream early. Kevin Johnson, the owner of Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona, is going to be taking us through a comics show. here before too long, but he has to I have the link in the chat, and he'll contact and he'll take us around the show. But he said it'll be about 9 o'clock my time, and it is 8:41. So we're early. I just came on early. So you can go over and watch Comic Book Memories and watch this show later, but I just have to do it at this time because he's got to open his store. And again, I apologize for being a rat fink and going on against friends, which is something you shouldn't do. That's why I try to avoid going on Friday nights, because Horror Mike's doing a show. Also, I can't do a show on Friday night because that wouldn't go over really well with the wife. Now, forget you, woman. I'm going to go on live and talk to the nerds, man. Yeah, and I can't even really watch Horror Mike's show on Friday either. I mean, that's not going to go over well either. It's like, what did we watch last night? Well, we watched, she'd never seen The Most Dangerous Game, 1932 Fay Wray movie. It's amazing. Same people that made King Kong. And then I don't remember what we watched because I think I fell asleep immediately. Oh, we're moving into Green Lantern, number 11. Green Lantern of Earth, the High Court of the Green Lanterns of the universe finds you innocent of the charges brought against you. No, I'm guilty. That's not the right voice. No, I'm guilty. What am I doing, man? I'm giving him an accent. No, I'm guilty. You must strip me of my superpowers. This is the Trump trial yesterday. What is going on in the chat? Where are the toys? John Goris says, Gratu lost all his vintage toys in a boating accident. I watched Eraserhead last night. Hadn't seen it since I was a kid. Fantastic movie. Actually, my wife, the night before, we were looking around, she wants to watch a movie, and I just rather we'll just watch Talking Heads talk. But we almost watched Eraserhead 2 nights ago. But she was all depressed and everything. And she's seen the movie before. I said, this may not be maybe we should watch something a little more upbeat, man. Yep. Okay. Elizabeth Warren, you rat think. Okay, this is 23. We got you get Trump in, and there won't, none of this will be problems. There's Popeye. And I probably just lost 3 subscribers whenever I mentioned Trump being a great guy. Someone unsubscribes. Elizabeth Warren. So what would I type in? Elizabeth Warren tax plan? Tax plan. Who is she? Is she even still in what is she? I don't even know what the heck she is. I just know that she was someone. I think she tried to run for president like last time, didn't she? Households would pay an annual 2% tax on every dollar of net worth above $50 million, and a 6% tax on every dollar of net worth above $1 billion. Because wealth is so concentrated, this small tax on roughly 75,000 households would bring in $3.75 trillion in revenue over a 10-year period. Okay, I'll put collectibles into my Google search here. Ultra millionaire tax. She's going to try taxing the Ultraman family. Pays a 2% tax on the $950 million between $50 million and $1 billion. How do you avoid capital gains? I don't think she's focusing on this kind of collectibles. I don't think so, because what I've got is pretty worthless, Tax plans. I'll put in comic books. I got to research this. Seems like Alex Jones would have informed me of this important news. Tax the ultra rich. They like that word ultra. Remember they started calling Trump supporters Ultra MAGA. Then they stopped using it because Trump thought, hey, that sounds great. Ultra MAGA, that's great. Sounds like Ultraman. I'm going to write Ultra on my list as words to use. Hold on. Hold on. My brain isn't working. Okay, it was Electra Woman and Dinah Girl. And Dinah Girl, instead of saying holy whatever, wouldn't she always like use Dinah as like, that's Dinah Fantastic or something. That's Dinah Groovy or something. Wasn't that it? I'm trying to remember. Ultra. All right. So we've got an amazing chat group going. The people on the Comic Book Memories show, they talk and talk and they didn't even get to show comic books until like almost 40 minutes into the show last Saturday because everyone's saying, hi, hello, hi, hey, you sure are old. Yeah, well, F you, you're older, you're uglier than I am. It's like, oh, hey, hello, hi, hey. It's like the Waltons if they were comic book nerds. Let's see here. Of course, we're all comic book nerds. We got a new. This one is valuable, but I don't think it's, what is it, like a $40, $60 comic? I don't know. Because it has the original and modern day Green Lanterns fighting to the finish. Turn in your power ring and uniform, Hal Jordan. Alan Scott is replacing you as the Green Lantern of Earth. That husband's not cutting me out unless he can beat me in a power ring duel. Oh, we got a new comment. Last night, I couldn't get to sleep at all. Last night, I watched the Hammer horror, The Evil of Frankenstein, starring Peter Cushing. Yeah, Evil of Frankenstein, the monster is kind of weird looking, as I recall. But not as weird as Frankenstein and the Monster from Hell, where he's this big, hairy... oh my gosh. Has the world ceased to exist? Or have I? I'm just killing time, ladies and gentlemen. I'm probably boring you. Dry up and die. This is what Greta Thunberg's been trying to warn us about, and we just don't listen. Someone was telling me how many millions of dollars Greta Thunberg has, and how many houses she owns, and what is she? She probably couldn't even be 19 years old. I remember when she first came on the scene, this old friend of mine was posting, it's so great that the young people are coming out for climate change. And I heard someone call her a climate teen. I think that's a great word to call these new activists, climate teens. And oh my God, this guy used to be cool, man. I used to hang out with this guy all the time. What has become of him? John Gora said, I like Frankenstein, the monster meets the monster from outer space with Jane. Yes, that's a great, fantastic movie. I have the poster for that, which should be on the wall. But I think, well, if I put it on the wall, I'll put tack holes in it. Or I should get it framed. There's not going to be I never get all my movie posters framed. Might as well put them up on the ceiling, man. But tack holes will take their value away. But they might. Okay. Yeah, I need to know more about this Elizabeth Warren crap. What else do you know about that? Got any pretzels? I actually just bought a whole bunch of pretzels from the store. I left them upstairs. My wife's still asleep. I bought her breakfast, but didn't want to wake her up. But they're pretzels, and they're covered with brown sugar cinnamon, like they used to be on the Pop Tarts. It's like they're actually pretty great. What is going on here? Gore Vidal, the famous author, says beautiful Green Lantern covers. Gil Kane is my favorite Green Lantern and Superman artist. Kurt Swan never did it for me when it came to Superman. You know who's great with Superman is Kurt Schaffenberger in the Lois Lane books, man. Here is The Hawk and the Dove, #1. He's taking a terrible beating, and I can't help him. I won't fight. I can't. Man, he's being beaten up by a hippie and some really psychedelic groovy cats. It's I showed this the other night. It's Hawkman #3. It is now in his own magazine. Oh my God. Kevin, I'll put the link in the chat again. If anyone wants to come on and help ask questions while Kevin goes around that toy convention, I should say, they were probably trying to force him to smoke weed. This is the link to come on. That could be those filthy hippies. Here is a gorilla angel. That's Hawkman #6. If you need to fill in, it's a run filler. It's not a key issue. It's just run filler, and it's raw. I just have a bunch of raw comics. They're not worth anything, Elizabeth Warren. You are my gorilla angel, sent from up above. You know that every time you slab a comic, an angel loses 2 feathers from its wings. 2, not 1. Our chat is inferior to the Comic Book Memories show. I bet if I put on Comic Book Memories, the show hasn't even started, and they have more chat comments than you guys are just weak and inferior, pathetic. You swine. Let's see here. Yeah, I got to tune in because I'm going to listen to them. Well, let's see. And you should go over there and watch that show. You should stop watching this show, go watch them, or put on 2 televisions, like listen to Comic Book Memories on your phone and watch this on your TV, or vice versa. That's what I do a lot of times. I'm watching 2 shows at once, which when my wife first met me, I would record 2 weeks of Alex Jones's program and put it on a single CDR, and it would the CD would I would download these shows, right, and the CD would play for, I don't know, like a day and a half. And then I connected it to this little box I have called the Whole House Transmitter. So it broadcast to every radio in the house. And every single radio was playing Alex Jones shouting, "The New World Order." No matter what room you went into, in what the Whole House Transmitter, it's okay with the FCC to just broadcast, and it gives you a choice of 4 different stations to broadcast to, FM frequencies, because you might have you get the one where you don't have interference from a local station, and then you can just tune in, play your music, whatever radio you want, right? But I'm just listening to Alex, and it started just drive her batty when she first met me and came into the house, and I had to stop that pretty quick. My bachelor days blasting Alex Jones to every radio. Okay, what am I doing here? Oh, I'm looking up Dr. Silver Age. And there it is. Oh, scheiße. Upcoming comic potpourri. I guess they're going to grind up comics and turn them into potpourri. I'm just kidding. Yeah, look at all the show hadn't even started. Look at all this chat, man, and they're very verbose, very eloquent. Look at all they write a lot, and they haven't even started. So that's going to take them 10 minutes to go through all these comments. And they're talking about Metamorpho, and they're talking about what they ate for breakfast, and they're giving links to the people's shows, and nobody does that because you guys. Oh, I only have 4 people. Everyone went over there, but watch this show later. I encourage you to go over there. I'll say hello. So I'm going to type in hello, and then we'll listen to them. Hello. Look at that. Look at that. I said hello. And then they'll read my comment, and then they'll say hello back. Hawk and Dove was another Ditko attempt at objectivism. Yes. And I have to say, watching the news, the other side is completely evil. Everything they do seems to be, I don't really see anything good being done by it. It's just unbelievable. And they said that Trump has to pay 80-something million for insulting some crazy woman. Oop. I don't want to have to pay this very intelligent, eloquent, sophisticated 80-year-old woman. All right. This cover is fantastic. It presents well, and it's a grail, and I pulled the trigger years ago and bought this. Yes. Attack of the Crocodile Men. Look at that, man. Amazing return of the IQ gang. Hawkman number 7. You already saw these if you watch 4-Color Fossils. And if you don't watch 4-Color Fossils, there's something wrong with you. Oh, I got to write the word existential down, man. You are an existential threat to our democracy if you don't watch 4-Color Fossils. Look at that weird thing there. There's a price from ancient days, $3.75. I don't know what comic store puts the price on upside down. Maybe that's so that the owner can pull up the comic and see the price more easily. I can't read upside down too well, so I put the price tags on upside down. Okay, well, this one presents well, even though it's got some staple stress. See that? See that staple stress? Let me see. I've got another copy of it. Let's see how that one is. This one presents well as well. You got to get a copy of this Hawkman comic. Oh, and FOMO, man. FOMO. How are you enjoying my PC, my personal collection? These are not OTR copies, though. They're not off the rack because I was probably being born about the time. I was about 1 year old. I was learning how to walk when this comic came out. But that's a good reason to learn to walk, is so you can buy comics like this. Skulls are actually good weapons, I think. That, that Zelensky guy keeps coming over here begging for money. I'd say just, what's a great weapon, Zelensky? Use skulls. And you use those to pound on the heads of the Russians. Just use skulls. You got lots of skulls around, right? just use the skulls, because we're tapped out here. That's what I would say if I was president. You got to elect me next time, not this time. Vote for Trump. Next time, vote for me. That's what I'll say. Zelensky, use skulls. I saw it in Hawkman, or use a mace. Imagine modern warfare using maces. Okay, someone commented. Let's see. After reading 1984, I was even more depressed about today. We are living it now, and the sheep don't care and want to be herded. Yes, some of them do, but there's a lot of people waking up. There's number 21. But they do have a lot of people, that, younger generations just happy to not work. They did that with the pandemic. Here's my earliest house of mystery, number 88. And without opening this up, I would probably say this is from the Eisenhower era, or possibly early Kennedy era, because comics went to 12 cents during the Kennedy era, the Kennedy age of comics. Someone put a comment on my last video. It's like, there was no Nixon age of comics, FYI. Oh, acronyms. I got to get those added. I'm going to have to turn it over and write on this side. FYI. Give me some other stupid things to say so I can become more popular on YouTube. FYI. Oh, existential. Existential threat. I think that's the first time in my life I've ever written the word existential threat to our democracy. Even though it's a republic, whenever they call it a democracy, it's a bad guy. Yes, indeed. Oh, Mega Grail. I had already written that on the other side. I didn't know that. Oh, and I got to say, everything has Matt Baker art. So let's see. That's what everybody's speculating on now. It's the cool new thing. Okay. And we want to be cool here, Matt. We'll be cool, and the squares will drool. Look at this. Matt Baker art. Look, good girl art. Look at that good girl there. She's female, and she's good. So, actually, that's a guy inside. Ooh, no, sorry. Well, this guy here identifies as a girl, so it's good girl art. Okay. House of Mystery 148. I'm sorry, but I laugh whenever I see this little guy. Guys, green ring now drawing you in, Manhunter, because you green. Yes, indeed. John Goris, paradigm shift. Yeah, the last time I heard someone say that in real life, such an a-hole. Paradigm, thank you very much, John. We're going to have a paradigm shift. See, Matt Baker was this great artist, right? He drew Phantom Lady, bursting from, with gigantic. And so he's famous for his good girl art. Now, people that can't afford the ones where it's actually good girl art, they'll just buy any comic with Matt Baker where he drew a girl even and say, look, it's good girl art. It's Matt Baker drew it. So it has to be, it's good girl art when it's insanely exaggerated to the point of like, holy smoke, they sold this to kids. That's when it's good girl art, when your eyebrows go up. It was just a picture of just never mind. I keep getting into that. House of Mystery 151. What is going on? Oh, have they started? Oh, they should have started 6 minutes ago. Shoot. It says waiting for Dr. Silverage. Wait, what? Don't they go on at 9? It says starts at 9, but it's 9:06. Oh, they're late. What are people saying in the chat? I bet they're fretting and very disturbed. Afternoon all. Yeah, some of these people watch my show. Dr. Von Schilla, Michael Taylor. I don't know if he still watches my show. He used to. Let's see. There's kind of a different crowd for each show. There's a certain crowd. There's a lot of overlapping that watch Four Color Fossils, that watch Comic Book Memories. But then there's some names I see on Saturday morning that I never see on Wednesday. Ranger Sly's there. Eric Breen is there. Maranya watches some of the show. I don't think I've ever seen her watching my show, but I may be politically incorrect. I don't know. Someone said hello to me. Oh, it's Michael Taylor. Everyone's talking about what they're eating for breakfast. My goodness. Oh, they're thinking that Rod is sitting in front of his TV waiting for the banana splits to start and has forgotten to do his show. That's not very nice, Eric. Okay, I'm reading the chat from someone else's show because you guys aren't chatting. Okay. Well, I feel better that I'm not conflicting with their show because they aren't on yet. Anyway, I'll put the link in the chat again for Kevin to easily see it whenever he gets to that. He's probably still unloading the toys and setting them up for his pal. House of Mystery 157, Dial H for Hero. And look at that. It's purchased from Gotham City Comics and Coffee. That was when it used to be Half Coffee Shop. Oh, Eric's watching both shows, man. Did I ever say I was nice? What Eric never shows, we always see Eric on the couch. What we don't see is what he's looking at. I'm picturing he has a whole bank of television sets and computers and things like Richard Nixon, where they have in the Situation Room. He's watching wrestling, football, basketball, baseball, and then he's also watching the two different shows he's on. I always want people that are usually seen from one angle. I always want to see what's around. I liked it when Shannon showed the rest of the room the other week instead of just the angle we always see him at. And it turns out there's amazing stuff on the walls we don't see. All these Planet of the Apes things. That's neat. Okay, what is going on here? Oh, Gotham City's here. And Eric Breen said, it looks like those are laughing faces, possibly. Okay, Gotham City.
Yeah, early birds. In order for early birds to be a roll-in area completely free of cars. And as soon as you are done, please move it to the main parking lot. Thank you.
Oh, yes. I'll give you full screen. Gotham City Comics, the historic store that opened in 1853 in Mesa, Arizona, before the town was even founded. So, that's the phone number to call him, 480-649-3065.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
How are you guys doing?
Great. It looks great. I was afraid the Wi-Fi wouldn't work when you're out on a remote shoot, but it works great.
I got a backup battery too.
Yeah, what is the name of this show again?
I think AZ Toy Con.
Is it several times a year?
2 times, I think, yeah.
As I was looking on YouTube and I saw other videos from other years that people had shot.
People are still setting up.
I see, yeah. So when does it officially start?
10, but I think they let some people in at 9.
Early birds.
Yeah. like 50 minutes, they'll start letting the early bird people in. You
Okay,
can spend $10 more to come in early.
so you're getting first crack possible at everything.
Yeah.
Oh, this must be the McFarlane Batman TV show figures.
Yeah.
Wow. I haven't seen those because it's 45 minutes to Walmart.
I think those are Target. I think they have those at
Oh,
Target.
well, it's 45 minutes to Target. No, it's an hour to Target.
There's lots of Funkos here.
Oh, Funko Pops. No.
Everybody's got Funkos here.
Can they hear me when I'm talking?
I have you turned up so I can hear you.
Okay, so I better be careful and not insult what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Look at that shit.
You're not too loud, but I can hear you.
I'll be careful what I say. Don't want to insult the Funko Pops. Paulo says one day we'll find out Breen is a sports bookie, which is
how you doing? Hey,
Kirby Romance Comics. Are you looking for stuff for your own collection, Kevin, or for stuff to resell in the store?
No, stuff for me.
I'm going to bring some I can bring the stuff. Yeah, this one. You want to take them now or like?
Well, Paulo.
Hey guys.
I'll have you in the background, but I'm going to give him full screen.
Sure.
You ever have toy shows in Portugal?
No, although we do have a few toy museums.
Yeah.
I know there are guys who collect car miniatures, dinky toys.
I wanted to move to this place in West Virginia that was a beautiful, cool town, and it had a toy museum, and I figured I could work in the toy museum. But then I saw there were floods there occasionally, and like floods don't go well with people that collect paper goods, so
right.
I decided not to go there. Do they have comics at this show too, or is it all toys?
I helped my friend set up his comics.
Oh, you just showed comics. The first thing you showed, yeah.
That was my friend's booth. He set up. He's got 26 short boxes here.
Oh, okay.
We brought all these in.
Does he have any Harvey comics?
Mike, you have Harvey comics?
I don't.
Not with you?
Horror, or is he looking for like a horror Harvey comics?
What are you looking for?
Oh,
The horror
I never
one?
know until I see it. Or Archie, because a lot of times I buy based on the cover, so I really couldn't tell you. Actually, I made a list of comics, which I was not going to reveal because I don't want people sniping and going to mycomicshop.com. But I'll tell you what I'm looking for. I'm going to go ahead and say it to everybody. So, guys, don't be assholes and go buy these out from under. Oh, look. Wow. Oh, that's cool. Oh, shit. It's $25. Wait, let me see the whole cover on that. I mean, those are, yeah. Okay, well, Oh, my God. How much is that selling for? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's really nice.
The Vikings are more expensive than the other Atlas comics. Because
yes, I know that. I know why it's valuable. Yes.
Yeah.
It's just I actually thought it would be more valuable. Yeah, that and the Gothic Romance magazine they put out are the ones that no one can find. Look at that. Hombre Araña. 490 pesos, probably.
500 pesos right there.
That just looks wrong. Quien is el Eterno?
Navarro, yeah. Navarro.
See if you can get someone to pay $500 for it.
Well, there are some people who would pay about 200.
Well, if anyone had those Mexican Spider-Man comics where Gwen Stacy lives, those are fun.
You know that the Germans have a trade paperback collection of that.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, is that? Oh well, maybe that would be pretty hard to find, I guess. Okay, let's see. what people are saying, and it did comic book memories start? Why aren't they going?
Did you say something?
Oh no, I was just talking in general. The show that I felt bad going on because I remembered Rod and Shannon have a show today, but it's like they haven't started. It's supposed to start 16 minutes ago.
Breen just complained. Just said, has anyone checked on Rod or Shannon?
I just did.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
Dino
They're
says,
not. The chat is full, and there's no
I
Rod or
know
Shannon.
it's going to take them 2 hours to read all the chat. I've been picking up Charlton Western and War Comics. Oddly, these are relatively inexpensive, says Tiki Dino. Yeah, Tiki Dino. Kevin at Gotham City has a lot of Charlton War Comics from like the 30-35 cent era. Super Wet and Moist says, why are the Vicky comics more expensive? It just, I guess no one bought them. I don't know if it was a low print run, but it was the Atlas that was only around about 6 months, and those are the rare ones, the people that want all the Atlas comics from 1975.
Yeah, they were less collectible back then. We just wanted the superheroes and the horror and the science fiction, and we didn't care about the romance and the teen humor. So
I cared about the teen humor, but I wasn't after romance at that point or Western.
Yeah, they just were not preserved the way that we preserve the other comics.
Right.
So
because they were bought by girls, and who aren't really collectors. They just read to enjoy it. Did you buy that Vicky, Kevin?
What was it?
Was that Vicky out because you were buying it?
No, I've never even seen that comic before.
Yeah, you know the story behind it, though, right?
No.
Oh, that was one of the Atlas Seaboard comics from 1975. That one's one of the sought after ones that's really hard to find. There were two Vicky comics that were.
Yeah, I've never seen one of those.
They were actually reprints of 60s comics that were just slightly altered to make the clothes look 70s. There's a great channel for those of you that don't know called Dark Ride Dracula, and they go around to flea markets and conventions and record stores and dark rides, haunted houses at carnivals, and they're a really cool couple. That's a great YouTube channel everyone should subscribe to.
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, good.
Friar Tuck got a bunch of Westerns from Kevin, $2 a piece.
You have more of these or just a couple?
That's the last two I have. I have that and I have
How much are they?
I was doing 20 for them. Yeah.
For the pair or the piece?
For the pair, I did 35. Okay. 20 each.
Wow, they did a lot of different ones.
I know.
I've never seen all this. Do they have something new out now? It's like a burning something else. A log or something.
Did it for Christmas, yeah. We have in our collection, we have Krampus, which is the fireplace, and they have a haunted house one. They bring out every year. They have like a little soul, a little flame, a little body one. Really.
Yeah, I need to look into those. One of my customers is here set up.
Oh, look, I didn't even see it has my name on it. I just saw that too.
Good morning, vendors. Just a reminder, as soon as your vehicle is unloaded, to the main parking lot. Yeah, you do not have a wristband. You must go to the lobby. And
Sun's just coming out.
be ready to negotiate with them. People will pull out their phones in front of your table and put up prices in front of you. Trying to be vendors to be everything.
No, I don't collect.
No, I just sell that shit. I don't collect anything. So, I get it.
I just got a notification, Dr. Silverage.
Yeah, no, pretty sure we got some rare ones. You don't want to add to your collection.
Yeah, they just started.
I just saw it come across my phone just now.
Hey, look me up on Facebook, send me a message, come to the shop.
Okay. Okay. So Rod apparently thought that he'd been streaming for 20 minutes.
Oh, I got kicked off and I just came back in. Hold on,
Yeah.
let me zoom the screen again. So,
Hey, what's up?
Comic Book Memories is on now.
How you doing?
Mhm.
Let's see.
So you guys getting more CDCS business now that
Everybody
the
keeps
whole-
asking me that.
yeah.
Yeah. See what happens. But it's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're not flocking yet.
Yeah.
Mariah's here.
I think we'll see a flip
Cleaning
though.
up the hole has taken.
Oh yeah, because they'll look at how cheap they're selling for slabs. Of course, nobody's gonna send stuff in. They're not even selling for it.
Oh, they're not reading the chat. They're just saying this guy's here, this woman's here, this guy's here.
Yeah, the thing.
Because last
They
week
th-
it took them 40 minutes to go through all the chat before
Yeah.
they put any comic.
Yeah, they thought they'd been live for 20 minutes, but they haven't. So they've already shown.
Oh no, really?
Yeah. So now they're going through all the chat,
Oh,
telling
that's
them they're still
terrible.
waiting.
What was that Viking thing that you just showed? Kevin, can you hear?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, what was that giant monster Viking looking giant? What is that? Is that a candle?
I'm not sure.
That's pretty cool. I don't know what it is, but
Are those cards?
yeah.
I already bought all those Garbage Pail Kids last time.
Are
No
there
garbage.
wacky packages?
Any wacky packages? No.
Getting rich?
No.
No? Nothing's happening over there?
We want to know what this guy is.
He's I've had this for like 30 years, but I actually he had a helmet when I had him, so I want to sell him before I break him.
Is it just a statue or a candle?
It's I don't know. It's made of something weird. $20, take it home.
$20.
Build a helmet for him.
What, did he mention what he's selling it for?
$20. Hey, how's it going? I like this guy.
Oh yeah.
I used to have one of these.
Oh yeah.
I used to have a bunch of these too.
Yeah. Yeah, I never had any of those, but I remember them.
Sure. Here.
Oh, it's just you.
Do the people have to pay a lot of money to get in there early?
You pay 20 and you can get in early, an hour early.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's 10 to get in.
Well, that's kind of reasonable for today's days.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what would actually be reasonable? You get in for free because you're paying to get into a place where you're going to spend money on. Imagine that the supermarket charged you to go in before you bought anything.
Yeah,
This
I
is
guess
the-
they have to rent a place to have the show, though.
This is a good one right here.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I've never been there, but they have 500 tables.
Wow.
The one we're in right now is only about 100 tables.
Is Mesa like real close to Tucson?
No, that's all. This is all the way down south.
Oh. How much of a drive is that?
It's a couple hours.
That would
I've only been there once.
that would force you to not open your store for a while.
I went there one time to see Dave Chappelle stand up.
Okay.
Trash compactor.
A trash compactor for what? Star Wars?
Yeah. For the Death Star.
Okay. Gee, Mom, I want a trash compactor for Christmas.
It comes in the Death Star.
Oh, it does it? Okay.
Yeah. It was filled with foam, and there's supposed to be a little monster guy in there.
What is that weird ship there with the face on it?
It's like it was a customized. Maybe, I don't know.
Okay, that's weird.
Si quieres, dile.
Does it have special instructions for AOC? I don't know if I understand the joke. Oh, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Oh, right. She didn't know what garbage disposal was. That's right. She said, "What is this thing? Where does the trash go? I think this is wrong." I remember. Look at that. That's cool. Kevin, do you know that game Battling Tops that's down below you? That's a really cool game.
Battling Tops.
Yeah, that's a cool game. Calendar of happy thoughts.
Oh, cool. Doesn't Dark Ride Dracula, doesn't he sell records?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he sets up at record stores, record shows. I saw one show. He says he hasn't had a job for years since he worked at a Toys R Us. So he must be He just must be a seller of toys and records.
I mean, he finds really cool stuff.
Yeah, I think the East Coast is where all the cool stuff is what I've always gathered.
What is this?
It's not mine. I'm just looking.
Oh, yeah,
I think it's these guys. How much is your gun? He was wondering. 150.
Friar Tuck is wondering if anyone's selling crossbows and catapults game. I don't know what that game is. What was that record? Oh, that would probably be pretty funny to play in your store. I've never seen that record. Boy, there's a lot of soupy sales stuff today. You got an Archie comic and a record. I've got that record there, the Jimmy Nelson one.
I don't even know who Soupy Sales was.
Oh, he was a kids show host in the early to mid 60s. that's, I guess, pretty much forgotten today.
Hey, there's one of these.
Yeah, it's not an original pressing, but
Yeah, it looks
that's a
different.
good cover there. What's the artist? The Susanna Strings. Yeah, that's worth it for the cover. I don't know what he was charging for it. Yeah, that early Chipmunks record where they don't look the way they would later look. That's a good record. I have that on my wall. That's a great record to get to frame if they're not charging too much.
I think it's $5.
Yeah, you should get that. John Goris, didn't Soupy Sales come on between Imus and Stern? He might have in his later days just been on radio. Friar Tuck says you built castles out of plastic blocks and launched checkers like pieces at your opponent's fortifications. That sounds cool, but that's not a game I ever encountered as a kid. But I remember Don't Break the Ice. I'd like to get
Hey, what's up, man?
Don't Break the Ice.
No, I
That was
just
a
had
fun
Mike
game.
come in, set up. Should I get this one too?
I don't know that record. Is that guy vomiting? No, he's pouring out a bowl. I thought he was vomiting. It was an
I thought
owl.
that was his mouth. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was his mouth. I can't vouch for that record, but if it's cheap, I wouldn't. 74.
I had one for students in the arm. It was. I didn't want to bring it. No, it's how much? So this one's actually not good. Yeah, I emphasize it. No, I like one of two.
Eric Green says, no idea what you mean, Jackson.
I'm gonna watch the whole Comic Book Memories show later. Don't worry. And of course, Donald Trump is having a rally today. And he should be fired up after yesterday in court. So that'll be fun.
I can't believe how much money he's gonna have to pay.
Yeah, well, remember they said that Alex Jones had to pay $1 billion, and it's like he'll never have to pay it. I mean, but 80 million is that's a lot. That will hurt Trump, but it's not going to kill him because he's a billionaire. But I don't think they'll just keep that in the courts and appealing it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
it just makes our country look really bad.
Yeah.
To anyone elsewhere.
Even some of them that don't have books, I have the books back here.
But maybe we've always looked bad and just didn't know it.
Can you hold these for me? I'm gonna go get my wallet. Sure. Thank you.
Little miniature games? Wow.
What? They're magnets.
Oh, they're magnets. That's cool.
Cool magnets, yeah.
Are they are those things you could stock at your store, or are they homemade by this dealer?
They look like they're mass produced.
They're made by this dealer.
Oh, you make them? Oh, he makes them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I bet a lot of people watching, including.
He said he made them 20 years ago.
Oh, wow.
They're $2 each or 3 for $5.
They're 3 for $5.
Well, if you got some of those, you could maybe charge us $1 more, and make a profit. The Weirdos, the Planet of the Apes, I didn't even know there was a Land of the Giants game. Man, they're all cool. Wow. Barnabas Collins. Oh man, look at that Frankenstein. If you could get a quantity discount and then charge us, a little extra, I think everybody that's sane would want some of those for their refrigerator. This guy has good taste. What else does this dealer have? I never dreamed that some of these games even exist. I have the Bionic Woman. I have the Barnabas Collins game. That's cool.
Would you do a bulk deal on these? What's the best deal you can give me? Because I was just gonna take them to my store and sell them there.
I saw them online for $3.
Uh-huh.
I have them in the store, but how many do you think you're getting?
Whatever it takes to give me the best deal.
What's the deal you want?
Like $1 a piece or something.
A buck a piece, it would probably have to be kind of 100.
Get 100 of them?
Yeah.
At least 100?
Yeah, I'd say at least 100.
100 for 100?
Yeah.
I can do that. I'll come back and fix them out.
2 pokies in my house.
All right, I worked out a deal with them.
Those will sell, don't you think, in your store?
Huh?
Do you think those will sell pretty well in your store?
To some people.
It's probably a good thing they don't have toy shows. Well, they have near me, but they actually do up about an hour from me. But one of these days I'll get on my feet and wow, look, sun and no snow on the ground. Wow, blue skies.
Are you wearing shorts?
I don't even own a pair of pants.
He's in Arizona. You know where Arizona is in the United States, right, Paulo? It's like a desert.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the hot part of the country.
I don't own a single pair of pants.
But I thought it'd be like in the winter, it'd be more like Afghanistan.
No. I don't even know how Afghanistan. Does it get super cold at night there?
In Afghanistan during the winter, it's only cold because it's well away from the sea. So it's actually not very hot. It's just Afghanistan is just dry.
No, Arizona's like when you see those cartoons and you see the cactus and the skulls and stuff. It's more like that, except they built cities on top of that.
Because in northern Morocco, it's snowing right now, but it's always snowing, and it's Morocco.
Well, it warmed up here. We're at. Let me see what we got here in Rural Retreat. It's 32 degrees. It's going to get up to 52 on Thursday.
We got losing on.
Is that a table full of Hot Wheels?
Looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were supposed to be getting some type of raise.
How many toy car brands do you have in the U.S. right now?
How many toy car what?
Brands.
Friends?
Brands.
Toy car.
Because brands.
Brand.
Yeah.
Brand.
Brands. Oh, I don't know.
It's Hot Wheels.
Are there that many now?
I guess there's some other die-cast companies like Jada Toys.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like Hot Wheels is such at a low price point where you can pick them up for $1 in the supermarket. I don't really see how other people can compete with that. It used to be when I was a kid there was Matchbox, but I think they were from England.
Yeah, well, we still can find Matchbox.
Oh.
The ones that we had in continental Europe, who were the really cheap ones in the 80s, were Majorette from France.
Okay.
They were cheaper than Hot Wheels and or Matchbox. Corgi tried to get in on the market, but it didn't work. Neither did Mini Champs. They were from Germany, but Mini Champs then went to the collector's market, and they had more success there.
Well, Corgi used to be here when I was a kid. I don't know if they're still in business, but that's something I haven't seen in the decades. And there used to be a company called Johnny Lightning when I was a kid that went out of business for decades. Then they brought it back maybe in the 90s. Some people started Johnny Lightning again, which was an imitation of Hot Wheels, but I don't know if Johnny Lightning's still being made today. But that's not really something I look at too much unless I see a Batmobile on the wall or something, and I've got enough Batmobiles.
My friends in the car business, some of them stopped collecting car miniatures because they started putting them inside the closet, and then noticed the closet was full, and they had no room to put up shelves to display them, so they stopped.
Oh yeah. When it gets that point, you're overdoing it. I was kind of put off. I saw they put out a pink Batmobile, and I thought they're pushing things too far, man. It's too far. That's a bridge too far.
Yeah.
The Marxist giving me a pink Batmobile. What are those? They're glow-in-the-dark Universal monsters, apparently.
There's not much monster stuff out around here.
Well, usually it's almost all Star Wars stuff at toy shows that I've been to.
I thought there'd be more Godzilla stuff here too.
Hey, have you seen Godzilla -1, Kevin?
Yeah, it's really good.
It's like in theaters there, I guess.
Yeah, it's back in theaters for another week in black and white.
Yeah, I heard about that, but it was never in theaters here to begin with.
Yeah, it's definitely worth just buy it on Blu-ray when it comes out.
Yeah, I will.
I'm sitting down and waiting for these guys to unpack some of their stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Because a lot of people aren't set up yet.
Yeah. I'm going to call my wife real quick. Hold on.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing.
Hello? Yeah, I'm doing a live stream, and it's hard for me to text. When I went in, it was like a little kid that was operating the place, little like high schooler, and I had to call because he had a closed sign on the door. And he said, "Yeah, we're open." And I said, "Well, you got to turn the sign around." And I didn't say it that way, but anyway, all he had was one thing. He said they don't have the gravy and whatever. I looked like he was there alone. It's cut in half. I ate half of whatever it was I got. It's on top of the fridge. Might want to warm it up.
I set all this up. This was all me.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Then I got some pretzels that are covered with brown sugar, cinnamon. They should all be on top of the fridge, and you got a Mexican Coke in the fridge.
I said,
okay, it's all they had. So I mean, literally, it was the only thing in the whole thing. So it was the heater thing. Anyway, I'm sorry, that's all they had, but I'll get you something later.
Mike, are these your outlets or somebody else's?
those are my everything. Oh, this is basically for other people
Yeah.
to do.
The pretzel tasted weird at first. I didn't even know it had brown sugar, cinnamon. But then if you eat more than two, they start getting addicted. Anyway, I love you.
Okay.
mean, I wasn't texting you saying that, but I was thinking you.
All right.
Obviously.
They turned off the lights.
Other artists.
Closets. Who need clothes when you have toy cars? Well, Hot Wheels are cool, but I never really got in, like, majorly into collecting them unless there was something really spectacular, like the classic Hot Wheels, like the car, the Red Baron, or if they made a car shaped like a shark or something. But
I'm gonna go pick out 100 magnets right now.
Oh, okay.
There are some interesting designs at Hot Wheels nowadays, but I would rather have cars that actually look like real cars.
Or I'd rather have they start making real cars that look like Hot Wheels cars. Imagine if the car manufacturers start making them to look like Hot Wheels. That would be cool.
It's not impossible. There's this company in England. They made a real life version of the Tamiya radio controlled car, and they'll sell you one if you want it.
Well, I they're talking about the Biden administration wants to make tanks that are run on electric power. It's so because they don't want to pollute the environment while they're blowing up people and buildings and creating fires and probably.
How much is the Roy Rogers lamp?
It's 20.
How much? 20.
Missing a little.
Oh, okay.
There's also a macular chip.
Uh-huh.
What is that Happy Trails one? Oh yeah, Gene Autry. Yeah, get a few of that because Charlton 66. He's the Gene Autry guy, right? And then Rapid Man's the Roy Rogers guy. Am I wrong? Or is it the other way around?
No, that's it.
Okay.
And Robert.
I didn't know there was a Johnny Quest game.
He said there's 2 of them.
Is there I see the Kabbalah. Is there a Green Ghost one?
He said never made a Green Ghost one.
I never.
Oh, he never did. He never
The
made one.
Kabbalah would be cool under the Planet of the Apes.
Huh?
Under Planet of the Apes, the Kabbalah one. You see that down there? Yeah, get some of those. That's a cool. I've never even seen that game in real life. That's another one of the glow in the dark games.
The wall space is that good.
Okay.
Yeah, because space.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that's kind of, so all this while you look at this.
So, yeah. Okay. All right. I don't want to watch my table anymore. Sitting. It's down there for
How much
I
of your
didn't
car?
know there was a Get Smart game. Wow, I've never heard of that.
He said 100 for the whole box.
Who said?
You did.
I didn't say anything.
You did.
They're yours. Do what you want with them. Shove them up your ass. Seems like an okay deal. I don't know.
I just got also last night another entire set of like everything. Stickers.
What, you said you got some package stuff?
Yeah, I got Yoda and some other crap.
No, I mean package figures.
Oh, package figures?
Oh, sorry.
Well, you got a couple. How much is your Yoda?
What else? This is what I picked up so far.
Okay, Kabbalah. Okay. Let me see him again. Did you get the Star Trek one?
No, this one.
Yeah, that's cool. That's art that was only used on that game. Let's see. Oh man. King Kong. Did you get King Kong? Lost in Space. Get Smart would be good. Batman would be good. I mean, your store's called Gotham City, so you might want to get some of the Batman ones.
Yeah.
I'm looking at that game right now on my boxes.
Is it a 32 bag?
The Bewitched one would be. I mean, they're all good. I mean, they're really all good. Even the classic Design for Life. Twiggy.
Twilight Zone.
Wow, what would I didn't know there was a Twilight Zone game. That is so weird.
I have all these.
It's so good it feels resentful. So there's Star Wars Jedi and Empire.
How many have you gotten so far?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. I have barely 50. I need another 50.
You're getting sets of 5, it looks like. Okay, so
I need another 100.
yeah, there. I Dream of Genie. Did you get I Dream of Genie?
No.
It's down below. If you go up,
Fantasy
just
there.
saw her.
Greatest toy show on earth was Neil's Glendale show that day. Remember? Remember that day? There was a line wrapped down Glendale Avenue.
That was a crazy.
That was something. You couldn't remember it was like this, sardines, but everybody was just cramped up, listening to Falcon.
Oh, was that during the play?
Yeah, you was there. I remember that.
Did I have a mask on?
Two of these guys?
Yeah, 4 of them.
Okay, that's what I just read. Okay, so and Jackson says
I like simple.
watch this for the first.
Yeah, there may be. Yeah, there's the I Dream of Genie.
Yeah, if you don't mind, sure.
And right below it is that Combat. What is?
You know what it is with this? I like to have stuff as a condition. No.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, he's got stuff buried underneath. You got to really look.
He's only got 2 of those. That must be a good seller.
Yeah, I save one of. I'm gonna want one of all of these. So I mean, there's a Bullwinkle game that's over there. Woody Woodpecker.
Outer Limit.
I'm not buying it to make money. I'm buying it just to, you know, these guys come through. It's like my loose. I'm not putting out.
A Gilligan's Island one.
Yeah, I don't have Gilligan's Island yet.
Yeah.
Oh, how
Outer
do you?
Limits? Wow. I knew there was an Outer Limits game.
Yeah, I got those.
I was telling them, I'm like, if you're in chocolate, I think we should. California guys, I thought, okay.
I was telling my wife a few years ago, there's people that are on YouTube that play video games, and people watch them play video games. I was telling her we should play actual board games and film it on YouTube. Do you think there'd be an audience for that? No one does that, do they?
I've never seen anybody do it.
Yeah, I think that might be an interesting. I think we kind of forgot about it.
Yeah, I need a couple more King Kong. You don't have them with you? Oh, that's fine. I'll just take what you got. I'm not worried about it.
Moranio organizes an RPG on England's channel, but I'm not sure. I've never seen it, so I'm not sure exactly what they're showing because they only need the stats.
Well, that's a role-playing game is not. Well, that's all in. That's not really a board game.
Right.
A dating game. I mean, that's. I mean, I guess they have little
But it's
figures.
Twister.
I don't really know much about. Oh, Twister's great. And the Twiggy one, my wife would want a Twiggy one. Moondust is asking if you're seeing any Space 1999 stuff at the show.
I saw something. I forget what I saw. I think I saw a record.
Okay.
Good morning, vendors. We have one car that we're waiting to be moved. So you are that person. And you will be that person at 9 o'clock if it's not moved. So please move your vehicle from the loaded space. Also, all boxes need to be moved from the aisles. All boxes, totes, anything need to be moved from the aisles so we can open at 9 o'clock.
Did you get Johnny Quest?
No.
And you'd probably be able to sell some Beatles.
Where's Johnny Quest? I didn't.
It's at the bottom, like underneath the bottom of towards the bottom of the display.
What should I wear? What should I wear?
Oh, you know, that's pretty cool. I think my wife would like that. Maybe you could get. I don't know if you're getting singles of anything.
So, lucky bird. Oh, did you want that's you don't bother me, that he sold it to.
Well, he asked me if I go down.
How far is this show from your store?
I mean,
It's like
you'll pay us out
half mile.
Oh, wow.
It does seem to me you got it was a little bit lower than you. You don't usually give.
So did a lot of the people at the show know you from shopping?
I think so. Most people, yeah. You want to count these up for me? You want me to hand them to you or just come over here?
Sure. We got it so tight. Okay.
I think I'm getting close.
Oh, I only have 2 likes. Oh, no, I have 3 likes now. All 15 of you need to like this video. How dare you?
Oh, here's some garbage.
Look like driving's his strong suit.
Oh, look at that.
Well, we got another Frontier Marshal Wyatt Earp. I don't know what number this is, and it doesn't say on the cover.
Oh, cool. Nice. Is this the same dealer that had the magnets?
Yeah.
Look at that Windy game. I wonder what is he charging for that? Not that it matters because I'm not there, but
Oh, ask him. Look at that damn toy.
I don't know if anybody's noticed, but I've noticed because I have both.
No, I know there's two different ones.
Yeah.
But the prices are
It's mainly
90. That's what I think I had that in my. Yeah. But what about those other ones that I put aside? How many is that? 3? 7 more? Oh, there's Bullwinkle. I didn't get one of those.
yeah.
I don't think I got Howdy
Twiggy
Doody.
ones.
Which one?
Twiggy.
No, I didn't get Twiggy.
Yeah, my wife would want that.
There's a dating game and mystery date.
I didn't get Land of the Giants.
Yeah, Land of the Giants. I would want that one. Yeah.
Get 2 of those then. 2 more. I don't think I got Bewitched.
Good.
Yes, definitely Bewitched.
I'm just waiting for the
One of my wife's favorite shows.
and we will be good
I
to
wish she
go.
had a Munsters or Adams Family.
There's Charlie
If you want
Changer.
her son to go up faster, make sure that all the boxes are out of the aisles.
Don't eat the brown acid.
Make sure you give her a big smile and a thank you for all the work she's done. Let us be here.
So that's 100, and then what do I owe you for those?
120.
Just for the magnets.
Keep these away from your credit card.
Yeah. Yeah. 20.
Yeah, ask him about the Wendy game.
Oh, how much is the
Period.
Wendy?
The Wendy's 150.
150 for the Wendy game.
Ooh. Well, I can look it up online and see what the cover looks like, so you don't have to get him to have it taken down.
He said he can show it to us.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is this a Roy Rogers costume?
Wow. It's got Trigger's autograph on it. Like, oh, that is so beautiful.
The Casper game and similar time. They only made this for a year.
Oh, they only made it for a year.
I
They
never
made
knew it existed. I have the Casper game.
They made it at the same time, but this was only made for a year. Probably wasn't as popular, and they
Yeah.
only made it for a year.
Well,
Cool.
how much was the Bam Bam again?
How much is the Bam Bam over there? 125.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
this
don't know
club
if
and
that's a
everything.
reproduction box, but it seems like having a box in that condition is amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those Star Wars action figure cases, they probably made 1 billion, literally, of them. They were everywhere.
Oh, like the Darth Vader helmet case.
Well, maybe that, but the other one that was earlier,
This one.
that one was everywhere. Every kid had that. I never had it, but everyone else seemed to.
Yeah.
But I was.
Thank you.
Wow, that's a great dealer.
What? I need a sip.
Yeah, him and his buddy. They're like the oldest dealers in the town that I know.
Okay.
They've had shops out here since before I could even go into shops.
Do they currently have a store?
No, they used to, and then they just moved to online.
Okay.
I think it'd be too hard to just sell just that kind of stuff.
Yeah. There used to be a store in Dallas in the 90s called Toys from the Crypt. And
yeah, didn't I see it somewhere?
you probably saw it on Hypnotic Eye. I think Joe Riley went into the store and
yeah, that was a great store.
Yeah,
but that
he
was
did.
ahead of its time. Like that kind of store, if you had it nowadays, it would make a lot of money.
Yeah, he did advertising work for them too, as I recall.
But he wouldn't have had all that stuff in this day and age. He would have already sold it by now.
Yeah, I mean that stuff wasn't that old then. It was.
No, then it wasn't that rare. You know, it was like, oh, it's only 20 years old.
Yeah.
You know.
I have so many
Look what we have to look forward to in the future now.
Yeah.
All the antique stores around here are full of Funkos now too.
Yeah.
Thumbs up, so get ready to welcome our early birds.
And it's like, you asked me to sell to
All right, everybody should be set up by now.
Well, I'm seeing on eBay that Wendy game. Are you? You're not in you.
No.
That dealer can't hear you, right? Where you're
No,
at.
I'm far away now.
I'm seeing that game around $50. Well, I don't know
Yeah.
if it's in this good a condition though.
Yeah, that thing was like mint.
Yeah,
You could tell he likes board games.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I think all the board games I have that I've never played with my wife, they're just sitting in the closet. I think we ought to do it something with that. That might have some people might like
Yeah.
that. John Goris says, seems like the Funko Pop phenomenon emerged from the bobbleheads of the late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, Funko started by making bobbleheads. They got their start with Bob's Big Boy, and they were selling them at Universal Studios, and they sold really well. They would sell out every time they brought more out,
Yeah.
and they were making really cool bobbleheads. I mean, you've seen some of them probably. They even had like Casper, Wendy the Witch. They had Ratfink.
Yeah,
A lot of cool ones, but then it just shifted somehow from bobbleheads into those little Funkos. And I
yeah, it
don't
seems
know.
like Funko was a cool company there for a while before they started making the bobbleheads. They
They were
make
more about like retro, vintage style.
yeah, didn't they make a Boo Berry and it wasn't an altered Boo Berry?
Yeah, they had these really cool. I don't know if you've ever seen them. They look like an old 50s TV set.
Right.
And inside the TV set, there was like Flintstones figures or whatever, like vintage cartoon they would have. And they're really cool, but I just don't know how we went from that to the Funko.
Yeah. Moondust is asking if there was an Invaders board game from the TV show. It seems like I've seen one, but I don't know. That's not the 60s wasn't my childhood. It's just something I love.
That's the one I had when I was a kid. It was Fireball Island.
Oh my gosh. That's nuts.
It was a fun game. I think my earliest game I can remember what having as a kid was a Mousetrap.
Yeah, I still have Mousetrap. I've got one about the sinking of the Titanic where the ship gradually goes down.
But it was like a hand-me-down, and it was, I know I was missing things because I could never set it up right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's us, I think.
Thanks. I grew up a big fan.
Yeah. It's a good time now to be a fan.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what you mean, member. Sorry, Moondust. You don't nothing to be sorry about.
All right, so we went through all that. Now we'll start over here.
Shoot some ladders, says Moondust. Okay, is the show officially going on where normal people are coming in?
No, like the $20.
Oh, it's still the pre.
Yeah.
How long until it officially opens and then there's a crowd?
I think kind of the Funko thing started with these, if I'm not mistaken.
I remember those things.
Yeah, they were Domos, and then they made Domo Pops. I remember. That's kind of when Funko started.
Okay.
A little bit back here.
This guy looks very much like, okay, a lot of more 1970s stuff in this guy dealer.
All that stuff that comes in and out. That thing would be a call. It's called like a tiny ball.
If anyone's watching that isn't subscribed to my channel, go ahead and subscribe and hit the like thumbs up button. And that's cool. It's not old, but it's cool.
No, it's not old, but it's cool. Yeah. Oh, cool creature one.
Oh wow! What is he charging?
$10 a piece. It's not terrible.
Oh. You don't see shadow toys very often.
Oh, the things are sealed too. These are yours.
As far as you know.
That shadow car almost looks like a Swiss Army knife disguised as a toy.
Yeah.
I'll take those three.
Okay.
Well, what if Detroit put out a car like that?
I'm not sure it would be allowed to drive on the road.
Well, if Trump is reelected, maybe he'd allow that.
Happen to have a 500, would you?
It's the darn Democrats that won't let us have cars like that.
Yeah, we want to cut down the legs of pedestrians.
Well, not with the knives coming out of the sides. I mean, just wild cars. Because when I was a kid, I could tell the difference between different manufacturers of cars. Today, every car looks identical to me. They don't, and it's been that way for at least a couple of decades. I can't tell the difference between manufacturers. They all look alike.
Yeah, you have to go with the front grille to tell them apart mostly.
And there's no chrome anymore. Why don't they have chrome? What happened with that, Paulo? You're the car expert.
Chrome's more expensive and it doesn't really mesh well with the production process.
Well, why did it work so well for many decades?
Because many cars were hand built, and the lot of stuff was, if it was not part of, even if it's not assembled with the machine, it's a person fitting it. So it's not easier, but if you want to make the process automatic, anything that's not part of the actual assembly, it just increases the cost.
Okay. I'll come back before I leave. You find anything?
Hey, did you go back and there was something you were going to buy from someone earlier on? Did you go back and get it?
Yeah, those records came from the same guy. I got the board game magnets.
Oh, okay. So you got it all together. Okay.
And I just got these 3 puzzles. These are sealed.
What I do,
there's a brand new
situation like, do you have a place where you can stash that at your friend's booth?
Yeah.
What I would always do at Toy or Comics, I would make runs to my car and hide the stuff in my trunk and then go, because I didn't like carrying it all around.
Yeah.
Graphic Man says, interesting. He's turned into Mr. Spock today. I feel horrible because I'm drawing people away from the Comic Book Memories show, and I really didn't. It's just because we have this emergency toy show. I never.
Are you there?
I'm here. Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh. I'll watch 2 shows at once. I'll put one on my TV and one on my phone.
I do the same thing, but I just don't like doing it to people. But it's our. I mean, we've got a toy show.
I like that because then I can flip back and forth and I can use my phone to make comments.
I figure if I keep apologizing and saying, "Hey, make sure you watch that show too," then it'll all be okay, and then maybe people won't be mad at me. I did it once on Friday night when Horror Mike was broadcasting because you got a bunch of Flintstones toys in, and I thought that's an emergency. I'm going to have to go on, even though Horror Mike is showing all of the stuff on Tubi TV.
I'm just going live. I'm also gonna do a Horror Mike show on.
Oh, you know, I saw that. I can't actually watch the show on Friday night because I'm, hanging out with my wife. But I was like, it was on my phone, and I saw you were commenting a lot about doing something. What is it you guys are planning?
He has a horror reprint book coming out
about the.
It's called Splash Pages. Yeah.
I know. These the first pages of comics.
So I ordered some copies.
Oh, cool.
So we'll have those in the store, and then we'll go live on Friday night, and so I could show you guys the comics.
On this upcoming Friday?
I agree.
Yeah, this Friday.
What was that? A concentration camp victim, or was that Kojak?
Kojak.
It almost looks like he's wearing prison uniform. Oh well.
And they're going to be spurred on by the media too.
So you're going to be doing a live show to show his book, or you're going to be showing other horror comics?
I think I'll show other stuff on there, but it's mostly just to show his book.
All right, sounds good.
That's in a comic shop. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard for me to tune into a Friday show. I try to watch it later in the week.
Well, it's at 6 Eastern, so no, 8 Eastern, so that's 6 my time.
Yeah, it's 7 my time.
So it's perfect because I'll be closing the store right then.
Oh, okay. Graphic Man, it's a good thing I'm not at that toy show. I would be homeless in about a month from now.
If I was at Dark Ride Dracula's toy show, I would be I'd spend a lot of money.
Yeah. What are you seeing, Graphic Man, that you were thinking is cool? What was the lamp? Did you buy that lamp from that guy that was it Roy Rogers?
Are you talking about that $20 statue over there?
I don't know. You said something to the guy. Well, how much is that? I thought you said Roy Rogers lamp.
Oh, it was a lantern.
Lantern.
It was missing a piece of the bottom of it, though.
Oh. That Graphic Man made me think about that. Moondust says, is there an item that's on your wish list or grail that you're still looking for, and what is it? Is that
me or you?
To all of us or to Kevin? Is there something you're really looking for, Kevin?
Anything monster related.
Yeah.
That I don't have. I don't have very much.
I remember somebody asked me about it.
Oh, he says all. Sometimes I don't even know that there's something that I really want until I see it. But as far as things I'm looking for, I'd have to think. There's so much, but
Yeah.
I'm not a millionaire.
Yeah, I'd love to have a complete set of epic collections from Marvel, reprinting everything from 1961 to 1998, which is when it starts going south for me. It kind of depends. I mean, there are some series that I've already bought them. I bought the collected editions that I really like Walt Simonson. Walt Simonson Star Slammers or Nexus by Mike Barron, or the Rocketeers as a nice collected edition. So
If you're talking about comics, I've got a list here. I'm looking for Weird Western Tales number 12, Laurel and Hardy number 1 from DC, Pink Panther number 31 from Gold Key, Biggest Greatest Cracked number 7. I want to upgrade my childhood copy. Laurel and Hardy number 1. That was the first comic I ever bought by myself as a little kid, and I don't have it anymore, so I want to replace that. Hanna-Barbera Presents number 8, Mad number 11, the EC comic, The Fly, the superhero, 14, issue 15 and 30, the Cracked for Monsters Only number 2, Any Three Mouseketeers, Rudolph number 8, although the DC or any Rudolph, Stanley and His Monster number 1, Cinderella Love number 2, Dark Mansion of Forbidden Love 1, 2, 3, and 4. Famous Monsters 29, 32, 31, 33. And apparently there's one of these new Famous Monsters that has different covers. Issue 260, the B cover is like John Carter, and it's an amazing painting. I had no idea. What else? There's a book coming out, Space Western Comics from Craig Yo, that reprints those. What else? I said I wouldn't do this. GI Combat 87, 97, 118, and Casper's Ghostland 26. Sometimes I just see people show books and I write them down on this piece of paper that I carry everywhere with me so I can look for things. But if you got any of those books, anybody, and you don't like them or don't want them, or you have duplicates, let me know. Graphic Man says, I want to reclaim my old $6 Million Man and my Mego Captain America. Yeah, so I don't think those would be super expensive.
I have the Bigfoot in the box from $6 Million Man.
Yeah, the one I have in the box is the Fembot for Bionic Woman. But I still have my $6 Million Man. But you know what? When I rolled up his sleeve, the skin, he had skin that used to roll up. The skin is rotted where it's dried up on his arm, and that no longer works. And I've lost the engine block that he used to be able to lift. And when you look through the hole in the back of his head to see out his bionic eye, it just looks yuck inside of his head. The hair and stuff, whatever dust has accumulated. It's really kind of horrifying because it looks like he's been shot in the back of the head. But that gun looks identical to one I've got. Oh, look at that, man. That's cool. That display with the barn dance. That's really a clever idea.
All right, how about you?
Ben, these are cool little treasure chests.
Thanks.
I want to find a Hugo Man of 1,000 faces. You could put different items on him, like hair, scares, glasses, yeah, scars. Yeah, I still have mine. That was Christmas 1975. That's the same time I got the $6 Million Man.
Oh, I used to have these little Flintstone guys. They were like in a little box, like little mail.
Right, yeah, they're tiny kins.
Yeah, I used to have a set of those.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Uh-huh.
Nice.
Yeah, she's coming back for Alice.
And there's a few J Evil Scientist comics I need, and Millie the Lovable Monster. Strange Life reminded me of that comic, and that's not hard. I just need a couple more comics because there were only 3 comics, and then they reprinted the 3. But it's just monster stuff. I need more Melvin the Monster. Melvin Monster. I collect more obscure stuff. I'm not out there looking for Hulk 181. I'm looking for stuff like Petey the Little Pest and stuff. So it just, you don't find it, but when you find it, it's not super expensive. And I like old Archie comics, but now you got perverts buying up the Archie comics because they have bikinis on, and it's just like, I just buy the bikini covers because they're key issues and they're and it's like, man, leave that stuff alone. You don't know anything about Archie.
I used to give away Archie comics because
Yeah,
nobody
you
wanted
told me that. Well, you probably were giving away the later stuff. I mean,
them. I was giving away all of them. I didn't even look at them.
even 1950s and 60s stuff.
Yeah, I would just give them to kids because I figure it's better to have them read that stuff than the stuff that's coming out nowadays.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that makes sense. You're putting them in the hands of
And
the
they would
right
be like,
audience.
it would either be on like Free Comic Day or like Halloween, and I'd run out of the free ones, and I would just grab a box of Archie.
Yeah.
Hello. And just give those away.
The gunmow. The gunmow. So what time is it there in Mesa? 9:27.
Yes.
And when do you open your store? Noon or 11?
11.
Okay.
We're almost done. I think there's a couple more rows.
Okay. And the comic boxes, have you gone through these?
Yeah, just
That first dealer where you were looking at the Archie comics, he looked like he had some good stuff.
yeah, he does. He's the one I helped move this stuff in.
Oh, okay. So that stuff you could.
He's got
Okay.
really good stuff.
Maybe if you have time, maybe we can look through some of those boxes.
Yeah.
Keep it separate. That way.
Yeah, he has the best stuff.
Yeah, that Soupy Sales comic looked
He
interesting.
used to have a chain. He used to have a chain of comic stores here in Arizona. He was even in the Kick-Ass movie.
Oh.
That was his store. It was Atomic Comics. That was the store that was inside that movie.
Huh.
He knows everybody. Any comic creator he knows, he can call up anytime.
Really?
Yeah, he knows everybody.
Does he ever come into your store?
Uh-huh.
What kind of stuff is he interested in?
Same kind of stuff that we're interested in.
Oh, okay. That's why he's your friend. That makes sense.
Good to see you. I told you look good, man. See, we told you you're gonna catch up to him. I would.
Oh, that's cool. Lost in Space lunchbox.
Oh, nice. What is it, like $300?
50.
What? Is it completely rusted on the other side or something?
Must be missing a thermos, you know.
Hello? What's up?
It's Adam's Family board game.
Did you eat? Okay. Uh-huh. Right. Okay. Well, I don't have to do it if you're feeling that bad. Are you sure you want to do that? That sounds rough. Okay. Right, love you. Bye.
Like, as I'm in the car, I'm like, I'm just gonna stop and grab a lot of butter. I was like, let's take a whole podcast.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna watch on my phone. I'm gonna hit the restroom real quick.
You're going to the restaurant to get some food?
Yeah, I know restroom.
Oh.
I just won't be able to answer your question if you ask, but I'll be watching the show on the phone. I'll be right back in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Well, that's okay. We'd have a regular 40-minute interlude where Gratu leaves the show on, but goes out to get some food.
Take one of our cards, man. I'll be right in the paperwork that I have in the actual.
There's an empty table.
I saw a few.
Besides the bear steering, and then the people who bought it.
We're almost done. One more row, and then we can look at the comics.
There's a lot of 80s toy franchises that kind of disappeared. You don't see them talked about. I don't know if people buy them. Stuff like there were a few things that were parallel to Thundercats, like Silverhawks, and I don't know if people still remember them.
They remember them, especially now that Super 7's making the Ultimate figures. They're called.
Mm-hmm.
They make Thundercats and Silverhawks.
And then there was something that I know it was not very successful, but
I have one of these. I have one of these at the shop.
Oh yeah, nice. Monster.
I bet you're right. Nobody comes in and really asks for Silverhawks.
Mm-hmm.
People will come in and ask for Thundercats, but I think people did forget about Silverhawks.
Mm-hmm. And there was one I remember. I know that the toy line was a failure in sales because it didn't even last a year in Europe. Brave Star.
Yeah, that's kind of people that like He-Man. They like Brave Star. It's actually fits into the same universe because I think in the He-Man cartoon there's a statue of one of the Brave Star guys.
Hey.
I used to have a lot of those when I was a kid.
Yeah. $10.
And the big rubber ones, there were the LJN. I used to have, that was my first wrestling figures. And then when we got older, we got these.
Graphic Man is asking you. He's surprised that you're not buying anything, but he didn't see that you already bought some stuff.
I bought some magnets, some puzzles, and some records. That was all I could find. Man, we have looked at everything. We're back here to the comics. Put these back here. Excuse me. Is Graphic Man watching here? I'll show you what I got. I bought these puzzles because they're cool. They're not old, but they're cool and they're still sealed. Some monster puzzles.
Nice. Those are kind of newer, though.
They're newer, but they're still cool. Still cool art.
Yeah.
And they're brand new, sealed.
What's that?
They're brand new too. It's sealed.
That's nice. Are they from like the late 80s, 90s?
It's what 19. What does that say, guys? I don't have glasses on.
Right. That's why the
31, 59, but that's for the copyrights on them. It doesn't say on the general copyright, but it says official Universal Studios, so that would be. Those are cool.
Yeah, aren't they? They're brand new.
99, 90?
99.
Are they from
99.
Mexico or something? I've never even seen these.
Or 99. No, it's golden. Look at like the golden books. Same company.
Yeah. But still, even
Are these
99.
all sealed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For $10, I was like, I'll buy them. There's one more, but it was faded. He had one more Frankenstein one, but it was faded.
Really?
Yeah. I got those. I got a couple records too.
Really?
This one look cool.
Oh, that's right. You did the sound effects and stuff, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this one, I've never seen this one. I don't know.
Was this from Tom?
His buddy, his friend.
I got it. Raz.
Go. You're all excited now. You want to see the other.
Dude, look at, I got all these. I got 100 magnets from them. About 100 different magnets.
Different monster ones?
They're all board games. They're all different board games.
What'd you make these?
I said, what do I have to do to get them for $1? Some cool board games.
So you got them for $1?
Yeah.
You sell them for like $3?
Yeah.
What you do is like make a price like $3 or $4 each, and then if you buy more, you can get a discount, but you're still going to keep your margin.
Yeah.
They have recommended to people if they go to your store.
Uh-huh. Oh, thank you.
Gave out cards already, so
Thank you.
promoting it.
I'm back. I had to go out and get the mail. My what? Ooh, look at that. How much is that one?
That Ghost Stories?
That's
True Ghost
Ripley's.
Number one.
How much is it? The price is hidden.
Yellow.
100.
Ooh,
Look at this Boris Karloff.
And got a Charleston
Oh.
number 102 too. He likes
how
photo
much,
stuff.
how much is that?
The Boris Karloff?
Yeah.
I've never seen this issue.
That's number
250.
one.
Graphic Man, what did you pay for that? Or if you care to tell us. Graphic Man has the complete Boris Karloff set. That's a beautiful comic. I mean, it's worth $250, but I don't have that, so it doesn't matter. It's beautiful. Oh, look at that, man. Oh, you turned it sideways accidentally.
Oh, my phone's shutting down. Let me.
Ooh.
And we lost.
He has an extra battery. Don't worry.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm getting ready to watch a car race.
How are you?
Yeah.
Does that mean you have to leave, or you're going to do two things at once?
No. I have it here. I'm looking.
What is the car race? Is it one over there, or in the U.S., or?
It's in Saudi Arabia. It's Formula E. It's the electric Formula One.
Do they show that stuff in the United States from Saudi Arabia, like on some specialized channel or something?
I think so, yeah. And when that's over, the Daytona 24-hour race starts about an hour after this one is done.
I'm going to tell you a movie you need to watch. Let me see if it's on YouTube. Yes, it is. This film, it's called Red and Rosie. See that? Red and Rosie.
Yeah.
The filmmaker's Frank Grow.
Yeah.
It's just a great rock and roll, hot rods, rat fink. It's like if John Waters made a rat fink hot rod movie. I mean, I recommend that to everyone watching. Red and Rosie. It's from probably around 1990. There were some good things that came out of the 1990s. So I wrote this down. This is the back of a Gotham City sticker, but Kevin got about 20 Fantastic Fours from the 60s and till about 1971 yesterday, and the ones that he got that I didn't have I wrote them down here, and he's put them in my hold pile. But he's got a whole bunch. If some of you need 1960s Fantastic Fours, I needed issue 82. He's got 86 with a date stamp, 102, 109, and 114. Wow. Just noticed there's a little, that's just probably part of the decal. Oh, well, amazing. Graphic Man has answered. Boris, $120, very good plus. Ripley's number one, also $20, very good plus. One of those, I have the first Grimm's Ghost Stories. What is the one, Graphic Man, that has the shrunken head cover, the photographic shrunken head cover? I thought that was number one of something. I thought maybe that was number one of Ripley's, or maybe he'll know. Let's see what's going on in Dr. Silver Age's world. Let's see.
Pterodactyl cover.
He's showing a tomahawk pterodactyl cover.
DC had something about dinosaurs and gorillas and apes on the cover.
Yeah, they must have sold or something, right?
Yeah. That was the directive from on high. Gorillas, dinosaurs, and purple covers.
Yeah.
Purple, those were always the ones that sold the best. And then, of course, once Batman went on the air, then, put sound effects on the cover. and put Batman in every issue of every comic.
Doesn't really work.
So, yeah, everybody watch Red and Rosie. He'll be coming back because he said he was going to bring an emergency battery.
Yeah,
I was pleased with how well that went, because when I try to go out remotely while I'm doing a StreamYard, I always am all glitchy. And
that depends on. That kind of depends on how good the internet is in your area and what sort of data plan you have.
Yeah.
And also, if you have an old phone, it's going to be glitchy all the time.
Yeah. Well, this is the phone that I produced the show on.
iPhone 5.
Is that a 5? I think it's a piece of garbage. And I have the problem I have, I'll show you, is I have 32 gigabytes, which I'm told is not much, and I've used 28.7.
Yeah, you really need to.
So I got all these photographs on here, but when I try to get them off the cloud and put them on my computer, it's like you have to pay money to unzip these, and it's like, since when do you have to pay money to unzip things? It used to be free.
Yeah,
So,
that's the problem with having stuff made by Apple.
Yeah, it's a bunch of crap. And then, so what I have to do to create the show, in order to film, I used to be able to do like a 2-hour, 2.5-hour show. What I have to do is I have to go on and delete the Facebook app and delete the Instagram app, and then that'll give me about 26, whatever you call it, gigabytes, whatever they're called. And then what they call whatever. Gigabytes, and then I can do like an hour and 8 minutes, sometimes a little more. And then if I delete my Yahoo Mail, which maybe I've got like 75,330 unread mails. Maybe that's a problem.
That is a problem, yeah.
And then with my photographs album, I have 89,827 photos. That could be a because that's the problem of being obsessive compulsive.
Yeah, the thing, if you can muck around in the settings and find out how to save directly on your phone, and then you plug it into your computer and you take it out of there, and that frees up space. The thing with putting stuff up in the cloud, it's not in your phone, but you can't access it, because the cloud is not the cloud is somebody else's computer. People don't keep that in mind when they save stuff in the cloud.
Yeah, it's bullshit. I never believed in the cloud, but apparently it's anyway, I got to get that stuff down from the cloud. I don't want it on someone else's computer, but I got to get all these photos into this computer here that has terrible bytes or terabytes or whatever. It's got a lot of memory, but I got to get them off this phone, or I just have to get a new phone.
Yeah.
And because that's why my show gets shorter every time. Then if my show goes under 1 hour, I get half as many views, because people want longer. The people that watch it goes against common wisdom, because they say if you do a show about not more than like 17 minutes, that's what YouTube wants you to do. And if I do a show that's short, they'll put commercials on before my show and everything. It's like, it's what they want, but no one will watch it.
Yeah, here's the thing. There are two types of YouTube users. There's the normal people who want 1-minute videos, and then there's us who want long videos, but we're in the minority. And the type of things that we like, we require those long videos. But yeah, there's not many people. So the type of thing, our friends and the other people who like the same stuff that we like, they only want to watch the big stuff.
Yeah, I think what I'm used to is turning on the radio and listening for hours while I'm working or doing whatever, and that's the way I want YouTube to be. I just want it to keep going, and And so I like when people do 2-3 hour shows. That's and when it's a short show, that means I'm gonna have to do work in 20 minutes and find another show, and I'm gonna have all the commercials popping on, and the commercials are being amped up recently, and then they just jacked up the rates that they charge to have YouTube without commercials.
Yeah.
And
Well, that is why I have a very, very nice ad block installed here, and it's very effective.
can
The
you
thing
block?
that,
You can block the ads on YouTube.
yeah, they're trying to get rid of it. I'm not sure. There are people who complain that YouTube doesn't work anymore with the ad block on, but I think that it's being rolled out in regions because in Europe, a lot of American websites don't work because of the of data protection legislation, and so the cookies that they have set up in the U.S. are made to get at you, and in Europe those are forbidden. So,
what is the point of view in Portugal of the current situation in the United States? How are we perceived? Are we perceived as like we've lost our mind? I mean, whatever you can say as far as what YouTube allows you to say. I'm just curious how we're looked at. Do we look like complete imbeciles? What does it look?
it depends on the situation. It's either international politics, what the United States are doing international. There's some stuff that's national that gets here, but the
My phone died.
Keep talking, Paulo.
The border situation is since they haven't mentioned that Texas was trying to get the National Guard involved to block the migrants from coming in. It's more like it's being shown as the inevitability that the migrants are going to come and you will take them just because they are coming.
Oh, okay, so they're going along with the whole agenda that.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, do people see through that? I mean, the country's being invaded. I mean,
some people do.
So that one party can perpetually stay in power by allowing those migrants to vote, and then they'll always vote for them. And
that part. Some people are aware that that's what's going on. I mean, I've explained to people that you can vote in the U.S. without an ID, and that's when even people who are like liberal and say, "Oh, you need to get all the immigrants on board." But when I explain to them that you can vote without voter ID, they go, "What? Are you guys nuts? How can you vote without an ID?"
Yeah, I know, it's insane. Hey, could you go back to that first Grim Ghost with the red cover? Sorry. That one. Yeah. How much is that? $8? Oh yeah, I don't have that one. Oh well. That's a good one.
You want me to get it for you?
Well, I don't
It's not perfect. It's not perfect condition.
Yeah, I see that. I don't know. Let's see what else is in the box. I mean, if you did that, I'd need to pay you extra, you know.
Yeah, for you, Kevin, if you want to make some money.
Yeah, I get a little discount on this stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, you're not showing anything. You must have it turned backwards. Oh, there we go. That one I think I have, but I'm not sure. That one I know. I bought that one when I was a kid. Same with that one. Same with that one. Planet of the Amp. If you don't have that, Kevin, you should get it. That's a great comic. It's even got a Neil Adams cover. That was a fun comic. That was like one of the best. That was like my favorite of the Atlas comics.
I had the Bog Beast.
Yeah, that's great because it's the most disgusting of all the swamp creatures because he's just a corpse.
Yeah.
That one I bought when it came out. That's a great comic. This guy's got great stuff. Yeah, you never see that Grim Ghost with the red cover. I've never seen it in person. That's how I am when you get to the 90s. I just go right through it. I don't even look at them. Ooh, Batman Family. Did you go back to the Batman Family?
The thing about 90s stuff, you know that if it if
Ooh,
it's
wow. Well, that's
yeah.
too expensive. I can't. That's. I mean, it's not. It's too expensive for me today. I'm not saying it's priced inaccurately.
But if you
know
want to
what I
buy
mean.
90, even younger people, if you want to buy 90s stuff, you don't collect those. You get the trade paperbacks.
Yeah, well, probably true. I mean, the thing about the comics from my era that when I was a kid and the stuff from before, like my older brother's era, the 60s, is I love the ads, and you don't get the ads in those reprints. But
No.
neat. The 1990s, the ads weren't cool to me. But then if I was a kid in the 90s, maybe I'd think that was cool. But I don't have any nostalgic. Anything really nostalgic for that time period. So
Yeah, I get it. The ads we had over here, they were different because the comic book publishers were big corporate entities. We didn't have the same type of ads for novelty items. It was chocolate bars.
Yeah,
bicycles. So
what was that with the weird? What was that Silver Surfer looking thing back one? What was that? Oh, it's Cerebus.
Oh, Cerebus. Oh, that's modern. They're.
I know it's modern, but it's interesting.
Because Cerebus is over, but Dave Sim is doing a series called Cerebus in Hell.
Is that how it's pronounced? Is it Cerebus?
Actually, it might be Cerebus. I think it's Cerebus because
I thought maybe I mispronounced it all these years. I have that issue.
Yeah, it is Cerebus. I sometimes forget. The thing is, it's when Dave Sim created the character, he wanted to name him after Cerberus, the three-headed dog, and then he messed up.
Wow, that's pretty cool. That one is one of my favorite comics of all time. That the Superman and the Fantastic Four origins that's reprints of Not Brand Ech. That's another great one from my childhood there. Those are all great. That Creatures on the Loose Line there.
You know that Roy Thomas was not going to do Conan. He was going to do Thongor because he thought he couldn't afford the rights to Conan. But then he managed to convince Martin Goodman to go along with it because it was not a cheap price. But the sales of #1 were so good that they just kept getting the rights back to Conan and kept it.
Yeah.
He's over there. I was looking for Bob Hope.
One of my friends is looking for this.
That's the reproduction.
Oh, it is?
That's like that's not. See, that's why I don't have it anymore. But the other one's like $150. So but this came out, I think, with a toy line or something.
Oh, it was in a toy package.
Yeah, so this is different.
Wow, they did a good job. Yeah, that fooled me.
Very. Yeah.
I better tell him about that so he doesn't buy a fake one.
Yeah.
What number is it? So I can put it back.
47. 47.
Wonder how many people have been fooled by those J.C. Penney reprints. If you don't take them out of the sleeve, you would think it's a real comic from the 60s. Now there was an A box. You're going gradually through the alphabet, right?
Yeah, there was an A box that had Action Comics, Adventure Comics.
It seemed, but there was some Archie.
Yeah, there's some Archie I showed you at the beginning. There wasn't that much Archie though.
How much? Do you remember what he was charging for the Soupy Sales one? Oh, that's a pretty weird cover. Are those from the late 80s?
Yeah, 87.
Okay. So it's still okay to like them.
And then just so you know, the box on the end, that last box is new stuff that I've been following in. I've picked up in the last month. I need to file it in. There he is. Finally. I was like, how do you live? Like 9 layers over there.
You think Christmas ever?
Oh. Talk some politics for you?
Can we look at the Frankenstein monster ones?
Yeah, that's what I was going back for.
Okay. Pretty sure I don't have that one. Oh, well, that's a little too pricey.
Section is filed as
I don't have that one either.
And then I got that box in the end. I'm trying to get filed in.
I think that I was so impressed with the artwork on the first few issues that when the artist changed as a kid, I wasn't as excited about it. It's the only explanation I can have why I didn't buy all. Most of these I don't have.
Hope, is there anything else that you've been trying
Things
to
like
locate?
Jerry Lewis, Funny Animal, PC Funny Animal, I think so.
I've got an Adventures of.
What is that? Ghost Manor? Ghost Castle. That's one I've never had. I never see that. That's great. Is that the first?
Yeah, first one.
Oh, wow. How much is he? A lot of.
20. It's 20. It's pretty rough though.
Yeah, that's a pretty bad spine roll. Yeah.
You ever get this back in the day?
Yeah, I do have that. I do have that.
Yeah.
Well, let's look at the GI War. Ooh. 15. I like the guy's hair in the background.
Thank you. See my brain? I remember. You care if that's the best book I have in here?
Oh, that's pretty cool. Well, show me the price tag. Yeah, maybe. Oh, hot stuff. It's too late. I like the early stuff, you know. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the stuff from like before, like 1975. Nice.
Yeah, I wish
He's got a lot of. I bought that as a kid. Of course, it's the cheapest one. That one I bought as a kid. That one I got as a kid. Wow, nice. That one I remember. I bought all those as a kid.
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
Number 12.
This one. Okay, that's right.
Oh, okay. How much is that? So I have a affordable version for $300, or I have this version for $700.
That's a great cover. I have that, but that's one you ought to get for yourself.
I like that.
Great cover.
I'll put that one in my pile.
If you want to get one in your collection, add to it. And it's a beautiful copy, but it's
I've never seen that book.
Oh, yeah.
I have this.
Ooh, that's nice. What is it costing?
But I have a
20.
Whoa. Whoa.
I have this. It's cool.
Yeah, I don't have that one. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yes, this is her first appearance.
I like how these ones from this time period look like EC covers.
Yeah.
That's a great one too.
Cool.
I bought that as a kid.
I don't know if I have this or not.
Oh man, is it because the condition's so great that it's that?
Yeah.
Because
This
a black
thing's nice.
cover, yeah, it's nothing on the edge.
Yeah, that thing's nice.
I refuse to say spine pick. I just say nothing on the edge.
Have you ever given a like if you like Justice Society? The same artist did a whole like a teenage Justice Society thing.
Was it the same artist that did Justice League?
So he did maybe like the first 2 or 3, and unfortunately he passed away.
Wow, you never see this many of these horror comics all together. This guy's great.
You gotta wear them, you can't put them in pockets.
And actually, I think he did some.
Whoa, let me see that again.
Dude, it's getting me. It's like tight.
What?
That's this, yeah.
That's so cool. Never seen that in my life.
Colleges, elite collection.
This one's cool.
Yeah. Man, these were so great. That was such a great time to be a kid. Boy, that's a pretty good price.
Yeah.
But then I don't know if anyone cares about the character anymore.
Oh, Jeff's supposed to be here today too.
Yeah.
Jeff was going to be coming to the show today too. Are you guys still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I wasn't sure if I lost you.
No. Beautiful cover.
Thank you so much, guys.
That's one I was talking about the other day on my show where he's smashing the motorcycle guys, because there's one with Captain America smashing up a motorcycle gang, and I said they'd look good together on a wall.
Also in March we're doing the Arizona.
And that surfing skeleton cover would look good next to that Captain Savage where he's surfing in to kill the Japanese.
Do you know the number?
I bet that's giving some people some heart failure pulling that up.
Yeah. For $20.
I gotta sit here and look at everything. Thank you.
I will look up the cover.
I like this
That
one.
is one of the greatest covers ever.
Bernie Wrightson.
Yeah.
We can do it. We can just go. I've got all of them here. We'll go one by one.
It was Batman Adventure.
We'll go over it.
Because it was starting to flash.
Let's say it was number 37, but
Man, how do you know numbers like that? Numbers bad.
I'm a comic book. So yeah, I know.
Hey, see, he's got it.
I've got more Walter back here.
That Immortal Hulk was really hot for a while, and I think everyone stopped caring about it.
Yeah.
People kept telling me I should buy it, and I looked at it and it looked like the Thing, and it looked cool, but I just never did it.
I can remember it.
Oh, I don't have that issue.
The guy with the famous monsters isn't here this time, huh? Mike. Guy that's usually right there.
You want to run? Oh no, he's here.
He's here?
He's over there.
Do you have his famous monsters with him?
I don't think so.
Hmm?
But he just he's in the corner.
Like where all the Funkos are?
No, he's next to him.
Oh, maybe I didn't see that.
I don't know if he brought it in magazines or something.
I'm gonna go over there and then I'll come back. Mike, I pulled some stuff out.
That was here last year. Did you have any magazines? I think we did. Yeah.
Mike, I pulled some stuff out.
Yeah, I got it over here.
I'll come back. I ended right here at me.
And
I'll
I've got
come
some
back.
more comics that are cheap in that last box.
Okay. I got to here.
When you're walking around it, I kept wondering, why does Kevin keep walking by the same dealer over and over again? Then I realized it's just a whole lot of dealers with walls of Funko Pops. It's like when the Flintstones would drive along and you see the same buildings passing over and over again. It's like all these Funko Pops keep passing, and it's just like a Hanna-Barbera cartoon.
Okay. Oh, here. These boxes. Oh, right there. Famous Monster.
Ah.
I gotta wait. There's a bunch of people in front of it.
Don't you hate that?
Yeah.
The one I'm really looking for is probably one you're looking for, so maybe get it first. But it's the customized Aurora model kits that has a King Kong model kit on the cover with a train. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, there's Creepy and there's Mad.
Oh, cool. I didn't like that logo.
No, that was a horrible logo.
That was a childhood comic, yeah. I always loved this cover.
This one?
Yeah. I guess that's Richard Corbin, but then it's also that in the corner there, it's a ultra violent superhero in there. If that's a decent price, you ought to get it for yourself. Ooh, I don't know. It's up to you, but it's a good one. Am I in earshot of the dealer? That's a good issue too. Paulo probably knows more about the history of that Dax comic strip. I think he's talked about it before.
Yeah, it's made in Spain.
I think they printed it here, and then they reprinted it and changed all the dialogue the second time they printed it.
Yeah. And it wasn't the only one, because the last guy who was editor of those magazines, he was an idiot and he changed everything.
You know that I was if you flip back a few to that Lincoln one, I was going through my Mads the other day and I realized that one with the Lincoln cover was like on the stands when Kennedy was shot. It's a little bit, they didn't mean for it to be tasteless. It was just a coincidence, but already we're into, he had some good early ones there. Oh, those are great. Those are a lot of fun. Those reprint, especially, I don't think I have that textbook. German. Weird. I've never seen that. What the heck does GAC mean?
Must be the publisher. I'm not sure that was German. Could be Dutch.
I thought it was German, but who knows? How much does he want for that? I don't think I have that one. What is the special thing in it? What is the you got color pages of probably comic strips. Okay. That's a great issue with an EC comic bound into it. Oh, it has a record in it.
Have you ever tried playing one of those records? Because they're real flimsy.
Yeah, I had one that was a parody of All in the Family. Yeah, they
actually
worked
work?
on my childhood phonograph. This one coming up is got a great cover, little word cover with Elvira. That shouldn't be too expensive, or is it? Yeah. What do I know? I don't know what things are going for. Don't listen to me. I wouldn't think that would be worth more than 5 or 6. But. My wife is saying Leo. What does that mean? Leo? I guess that might be hello. That's good. Ooh, nice. You know, that's a great magazine, Fantastic Monsters of the Films. Have you ever seen one of the? Ooh, it's in rough, but well loved.
No, I've never seen this.
It's real nice. It's British. Never had that one. Ooh, look at this. Mad Monster. Did you see
That's the convention. It's the convention. They're from the convention.
Oh. Okay.
The new convention that happens every year.
Oh, okay. Never heard of it.
It's mostly slasher convention.
Oh, okay.
But they're the same ones that own Famous Monsters now.
Huh. Oh, there we go. Is that the box you were waiting to see?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a reprint.
Is there a box underneath it?
That one was a reprint.
No. Oh, I know, but is there a box under your box?
Wait, does that say reprint? Why is it $100?
I have no idea. That's what I've always wanted.
This Flesh Eater one?
Yeah. Oh, it's in pretty rough. Every time I see it, that thing is looks like it's been through a fire and a flood.
I always see this one in good shape.
Yeah, I have that. I mean, you got to realize that when Warren went under, he had a whole warehouse full of unsold copies that flooded the market in the maybe late 80s. So there's a lot, especially like Monster World. You can find tons of mint copies of that. That's a very common issue. It's great, but you see that Gorgo a lot. Beautiful. That's something that my mom couldn't handle when there was one missing eye, and she would never let me buy something with a missing eye.
I almost want this one.
How much is he charging?
I think I'll get this one. I don't have this one. It looks to be in good shape, and it's the same price as a new magazine that's on the rack today.
Okay. Land of the Giants issue is good. Whoa, see what I mean? There's a lot of copies of some of these.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I have that one with Mr. Hyde. Oh, there we go. There's one with Tor Johnson that I don't have. He doesn't have it. That's a great cover. Yeah, that movie Scream and Scream Again, like last week, Horror Mike discovered that movie on Tubi, and he says, I've never heard of this movie. And I'm thinking, it's not a very good movie, but how have you never heard of Scream and Scream Again? That's a great one. I bought that one when I was a kid. Yeah, that cover, that Scream and Scream Again, where the woman's in the vat of acid, is one of the. If you don't have that, the cover's so great.
Are you talking about? Yeah, I don't think I do have that one.
It's
How much
just
was
a
it?
great cover. I don't know what he was charging for it, but if you look at it again, you'll fall in love with it. I know it's a little sadistic, but it's a great poster for a movie that's not very watchable. It's got a white cover.
This one, right?
You should get that, but I was talking about another one, the Scream and Scream Again, with a white cover where the girl's dissolving. Yeah, that. How much is he charging for that?
24.
I think that's a Ron Cobb painting. I could be wrong. Yeah, that Wolfman is just two different covers they combine. I always like the Captain Marvel one too. That's a good cover. Wow. Yeah, after this point, everything's just Star Wars on the cover.
I'm going to get these two.
Show the Scream and Scream Again to the audience. If you
Where
can
was
find
it?
Huh?
Where was it?
Yeah, about in the middle of the box. That it should be further. It's from about 1971, so it should be coming up. Okay. It's maybe next few. Yeah, keep going. There it is.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, I just love that cover. I mean, I saw that when it came out, and I don't think I asked my mom if I could buy it because I knew she would say no, but I got it later, you know. But it's just great. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Michael Taylor says, hello, Gratu, Kevin. I'd love to be where Kevin is right now. Oh, man.
What's the best you can do on these three?
30. About 50 bucks even. Yeah, sure. Bring every show, I sell at least a couple. And that comes to showing human wise and crazy. It's perfect. On the back? Thank you. Enjoy those.
Well, Dr. Silver Age's show is over, so I can stop feeling guilty now. Yeah, those are three wonderful issues. I mean, the covers are great.
Go back over to the comics.
Oh yeah. I'd like to look at that first box again.
I got to leave in about 10 minutes.
Oh, for your store, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go through the boxes super quick.
I ended on Man Thing over here.
Yeah.
There's a fence around here. Yeah, this is Kevin right here. So
Hello.
Kevin,
Hello. How you doing?
To your store to
Oh,
look
cool.
for some comics and stuff.
Thank you. Oh, this is where I ended.
There's another guy has a box in the very front. I was told.
Famous Monsters?
Creepy's Mirrors. I don't know if he has those, but maybe he does. This is stuff you pay for.
Ooh, is that how much that is now?
Start on up. Don't be afraid to touch the boxes. It's all alphabetical A through Z. That was a new box I found.
Oh, that Chucky and
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm like, I didn't know they had a Chucky. That's crazy.
That comics hard to find.
Oh, what's up, man? How you doing?
Yeah, that book's hard to find.
That's how zeroed in on it. I like the red bow tie and tie. It really goes with your whole too.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
There's a great werewolf fighting Spider-Man cover in there if you're interested.
You know, Master of Kung Fu series?
Yeah,
no, the Marvel team up. There was one
Oh,
I got when
Marvel.
I was a kid where he's on a bridge fighting the werewolf by night. It's a
Here's your Metal Man.
ooh. That's when they turned into real people.
Yesterday.
You did?
Marvel fan, whatever.
It's a magazine, right?
No. I think his first appearance was 16 or something. I got the second one. It's still in my house. I'm very disappointed with you, Scott. No. I'm very disappointed in you. I don't see any comic books in your hands. Zero. I don't like it.
I know you don't know that stuff.
Ooh, 40. That's the first issue. How much is? I've got it. But I'm just curious.
60 for the first issue, $60. 40 for number 9.
Yeah. Great comic. The giant-sized issues weren't as good as the earlier ones, though. They had a lot of filler material that was kind of inferior.
You know, I keep looking out at it. Yeah, I know. Like, now. My dad's birthday was this past week. I'll probably take him there. Yeah. Yeah,
You got Gotham City's exclusive in here.
Do I have a Gotham City exclusive? Oh, baby.
That's my exclusive cover. Oh,
What is Punchline exactly?
it's like Joker's new girlfriend.
Oh, okay. Ooh, wow. Oh, the price. I'm so excited. Then I see, like, man, those things used to be $5. How did that happen? I guess people have fallen in love with the covers. No one can afford the big comics now. Now everybody's looking for the romance comics and the things that no one used to buy. That's a beautiful Stranko cover. Ooh, yeah, that's one I always been looking for those gothic DC comics where they're trying to sell it to the Dark Shadows crowd.
I feel like that whole
that's why I do it's fun. I buy all like 4
Ooh, Enemy Ace. Nice.
In the UK, it's totally different. Like magazine format, new covers they made. There's some stuff in the
Man, I didn't know the prices were getting that high.
Like Italian book, it's an Italian book, it's like that.
Yeah, that's the way to go through Star Wars. I guess there are people that love it, but you know, I just don't. I love the Star Wars, the first 3 movies, but I don't care about these books.
Yeah, there's too much Star Wars stuff, and
Yeah.
even for example, I like Star Trek Expanded Universe. I have zero interest in Star Wars Expanded Universe.
My Star Trek interest is completely confined to the original series. I never wanted to venture beyond that.
There's a series by Peter David called New Frontier. He somehow manages to integrate characters from the Next Generation, from the original series, and from the animated series. Because one of the characters is the number 1 from the Cage, the pilot episode.
Yeah,
and she's immortal. So she appears in those books.
Okay, can you explain the character of Data? Does he have like real skin on top of his robot body?
Yes.
Is that why he ages? Because
no, he's not supposed to age. There were points when there were times when they were making the movies when they acknowledged that Brent Spiner couldn't go on playing Data for that longer because he's not supposed to age.
Yeah, but they brought him back. They made a Picard TV series where he's like 100, and then Data appears and he looks like he's 70.
Yeah, but he's not supposed to age. And that Picard series makes absolutely no sense. The guys doing it don't know anything about Star Trek. And
they just tried to humiliate him and use the F.
Yeah, big jump.
That's a great cover. Yeah, I have.
99, 100. I thought I had a 97. It might have been sold at
Yeah, I'm trying to get 1 through 100, but I'm starting backwards because one's about out of anybody's price. Yeah, right.
It's one of those photo covers, yeah.
The thing is, considering Data was trying to learn his emotions, choosing Spiner to play the character was a masterstroke because Spiner has mind training. That's why he can do those faces, which are perfect for Data.
Where's that?
Okay.
25.
Oh, no, it's funny? Yeah, the 27 I got from you, I sold Phoenix.
Really?
The 27, the Spider-Man cover. I sold that Phoenix Vintage.
I sold one of those recently too.
It was a couple years ago.
The Avengers with Spider-Man on the cover. I sold that one recently. I had one of those.
Can I jump in there, Manny?
Right here? Yeah.
Yeah.
So those are the rest of the order that we use? Yeah.
That X-Men looked like a brand new comic.
Yeah. The thing did look brand new. That's X-Men.
You don't have any 60s Hawkman comics in your store, do you?
I have a few.
From the 12-cent era?
Yeah. They're expensive. They're expensive.
Oh, really? Like how expensive? Over 30?
Yeah, they're in my glass case.
Oh, okay.
Nobody asked for Hawkman, though.
Any chance you could take us along to the opening of your store and show us the Fantastic Four books? And
yeah.
I just didn't know if that would be a pain in the ass or not.
Yeah. Mike, what else horror is over here? I'm right here. Oh, you're doing something. Make it right here. I got to Two Gun Kid. Am I gonna find any more horror stuff? Maybe.
Yeah, like I said, there was that. That
Ooh.
first issue, I want you to show off that first issue that was in here. Like Dr. Graves or whatever, the many lives of Dr. Graves.
That's a good issue. They got Frankenstein and Dracula on the cover there. If you look,
French cover.
the last one. That's a great cover too. But the last one, the one before that. Ooh, I have that. It's the first issue.
Yeah.
It's got like
Second one, the Frank Miller artwork.
Oh, that's cool.
On the inside or the cover?
Inside.
I was gonna say that.
That's not Frank.
Oh yeah, he did do the Gold Key Twilight Zone. That's
Yeah,
right.
he did the issue before 84 and 85.
that weird mystery. You see the monsters there in the background?
I like when you're strange.
Yeah.
The logo is awesome.
I know. No one else has done a logo filled with dead bodies before.
So everything is your house organized now? I've been working on it. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah. I don't think I have mostly Star Wars, other Star Wars. I don't know if I have any Marvel, I only have a couple of that. But there's a lot of other couple.
You were correct. Good memory.
Yeah, somebody bought like a little one from me at the I haven't been able to.
The what?
The old man thing I do. I own another thing. I own a convention called Scottsdale Comic Show. We do it twice a year. The next one is at the Scottsdale.
Library 88 says that was the first cover appearance of Unknown Soldier back there.
Local guys. It's a lot of out-of-town deals.
Michael Taylor says, I'd love to go to a comic convention. Haven't been to one in ages. The New York City Comic Con every October is near me, but admission prices are outrageous.
7 years.
Yeah, they're only charging $10 to get into the one he's at, but he got in free because he was helping this dealer that he's looking at set up.
So it's the 21st, and then like what time?
Scottsdale.
That's a cover you couldn't do today.
You have an early bird special, you get it at $9, you get $10 more.
Ooh, I've never seen, or yeah, I have seen that, but that's good. Beautiful.
No, I did it.
That's only two.
Yeah.
And where's it at? I'm sorry.
Scottsdale Plaza Resort.
No, these are new arrivals.
Social media. If you do
Is that
social
why the
media,
alphabet starts over?
it's called the Scottsdale Comic Show.
I don't know it.
Scottsdale Plaza Resort.
It's going to be there.
I think he was saying there's a box of new stuff that he hasn't organized in yet.
Oh, that's got to be this, yeah.
Dealers there. I'll be set up. There'll probably be like maybe 5 or 6 other comic dealers that are set up. But it's more artists. Scottsdale Comic Show is the other way around.
Library 88 says, yeah, the smaller cons are the best, cheap admission and lots of comics.
Oh, okay. So he came
I
out.
think this is about the only comic dealer at this one. This is more of a toy show.
Actually, I'll bring like music and rolls to Larry Hama and Bob Layton.
I'm going to be full
You probably
disclosure.
don't have time to look at that first box again, do you?
I do. This is
See, that's cool. I don't think that's a very common issue. That's cool too.
Okay.
Ooh, wait, let me see Captain Hero again. I'm sorry. Oh, it's also Jughead. Okay. All right.
This narrows down to the 52 pages and the 100 pages. Those are the challenging ones.
I'm a digest collector. Do you remember the school digest? I cannot find those to save my life. Really.
So, like adventures,
Anything.
Yeah, I see all these people excited about James Gunn is putting Supergirl. I guess he's making a Supergirl movie, and he's got it down to 2 different actresses. And they both actually have blonde hair. I'm surprised.
Hey, are the one guys watching that I do mystery boxes for? Are they watching?
I don't know. They were earlier. Friar Tuck was watching earlier. He even mentioned that he got some westerns from you. Friar Tuck is the guy that you sent the westerns to. The other guy is named Missing Mars.
Yeah, I think he sent me some more money, so I'm wondering if he wants he must want another box.
Missing Mars does?
Whoever I usually make those boxes for, I can't remember his on
Okay,
screen.
that's Missing Mars. Well, maybe we could do that when you get to the store. Charlton's here. He says going to a small local con tomorrow morning. Admission is $3. That's like the old days. Going to do some trading there.
All right, I'm gonna sign off here. I'll go to the store and then I'll come back on.
Okay, pop back in. Okay, sounds good.
Okay, I'll see you guys soon.
All right, take care. I'm gonna put the link in the chat again, and so hold on. Let me get. If anyone else wants to come in, we could have like a. If any of the other fossils are free, and we can do a Saturday 4-color fossils thing. Well, I know we got some new Fantastic Fours in. Let's see what we got. I'll show some more garbage from this box here. We were looking at House of Mystery when we were rudely interrupted with the toy show. I'm joking. Yeah, this Dial H for Hero appealed to me when I was when a comic book store actually opened in my neighborhood back in 1977. My older brother Mike was always telling me about how he was like almost 10 years older than me, and he said, you know, he had all the issues of Dial H for Hero. So of course he didn't anymore, and so I started buying up. They were very cheap at Lone Star Comics, Dial H for Hero, as I figured that stuff that was supposed to be handed down to me, not thrown away when we moved from San Antonio to Germany. And so I tried to rebuild the collection that should have been handed down to me. And I imagine that my brother Mike said he kind of got sick of that. Both my brothers didn't like Marvel. They only bought DC, which sounds like that must have been that they were put off by Jack Kirby's art. I think some kids were, you know, you kind of, I don't know. It might be like coffee, you know. It's some people. It's an acquired taste, you know. Some people like, why are their fingers square? I don't understand it. But my brother Mike, I remember him saying that he started to get when he said there was some comic where basically Superman and Batman were fed LSD or something, or were hallucinating, and that could have been any, who knows what late 60s comic that was. And it probably wasn't LSD, but they were probably hallucinating, and he didn't like that. So that was about when he ended. And I know that he would have read a lot of Superman and the war comics and everything like that. In fact, all the comic books that my brothers had were stored in a military footlocker that belonged to my father's. You know. So anyway, House of Mystery was a superhero. Oh shit. Oh, Phoenix, Arizona. That's okay. That's hello. Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, okay. Hold on. That was called Planet of Vampires. That was an okay. All right, cool, no problem. He had pulled Planet of the Vampires from Atlas, and then they I guess they misplaced it, but no, he didn't remember the title. I was recommending that to him. And this is the first I have of when House of Mystery became a horror comic again, like it had originally been. This is number
I like the
187.
concept of Dial H, but I would have made the title character younger because I think he's 15 in the stories, and if he's 15 and he gets something that gives you superpowers, I would at 15 I would totally behave like an asshole, and
Oh,
the
yeah.
character is the character is not.
Right, yeah. 193. That well, that was something that was cool in I guess the X-Men Days of Future Past movie when they meet Quicksilver and they go down in the basement and they see the lifestyle he's created because he's super fast and he has arcade machines down there. He has every National Lampoon on the, he's just been stealing everything and living like a king down in this basement, which is, I think, what most kids would do. I can have anything I want. That's
Yeah. The power that I'd like to have is telekinesis.
That movie that movie, it may not have been faithful to the comic, but it was really good, I thought.
Yeah.
That almost looks like Frankenberry. It's like the birth of Frankenberry, the satanic mass.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably what's happening in the West Wing of the White House right now. Okay, House of Mystery, and then we have House of Secrets. This was sent to me as a gift from Night Tiger. I guess he didn't think it was worthy of his collection or something, but it's amazing. They said, sure, send that to me.
Those figures kind of look like Gil Kane. That's not Gil Kane, right?
Are you asking if it's Gil Kane?
On the cover, yeah. The figures, the human figures kind of look like Gil Kane, but the monster doesn't.
I don't know. Is it Murphy Anderson? I don't know.
Yeah, could be.
Maybe we can do research. But then,
yeah, I'm not good at spotting DC artists.
Yeah, well, that was 72, and then 87. It's had quite a change. It's already converted into the horror. And I think I showed this one the other night on the show. Were you on? You weren't on Wednesday.
I was.
Yes,
yeah.
you were. You were
Yes,
on Wednesday. It was the week before you weren't on.
Yeah.
You just can't come on at that time. It's just awkward.
It's not a good. I'm still staying with my parents, and I don't want to be noisy because we start at 1 in the morning. It's one thing. It's one thing to start at 11 and finish at 1, and it's one thing to start at 1 and finish at 3.
Are you like between homes, between pads?
No, my house needed some renovations, but I can't afford the cleanup.
Oh, so it's like in a perpetual state of destruction?
The house has been renovated. It needs to be thoroughly dusted, and I mean thoroughly. It's not just a case of mopping up. It needs something
You can't just
stronger.
get an industrial vacuum cleaner in. Is it a rental place or is it a house you own?
It's my house, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I get it. Yeah. Does the economy suck there like it does in the United States?
Yeah, I've been looking for a job since October. And I had an opening for a trade magazine, but I'm not sure if it's still available. If the job is still available, because it was not going to start immediately.
Yeah.
But yeah, I send stuff all the time, and it's for stupid things that online marketing for people who sell pills. And I was at a bank for 6 months, and I did not adapt to the environment, to the company environment. And it's the other thing, you get past 40 and you try to do something that's completely alien to you, and you don't. And all of a sudden, I kind of feel stupid not being able to do. It's like I only know how to do one thing, and I don't like feeling like I can't adapt. So
the problem is magazines just don't exist, and people don't read magazines. So
but this was going to be for a trade magazine because it's for business purposes.
Oh, okay. Here's this is something that Captain Strangelove traded to me. So, and I did a couple of paintings for him for it. It's Hulk 102. He had several copies of it. I just love Maurice Severin's art. Oh, Michael Taylor's made a comment here. Let's see. Gratu, you mentioned a Supergirl movie. Supergirl was in that Flash movie, which was okay. The movie, I was talking to Meyer about that movie. That movie was actually fun. I know the guy that played the Flash is just a horrible asshole, but the movie was fun. It was, and he agreed with me. But I don't even consider her Supergirl. I mean, I don't think she was. I don't know what that Supergirl. Was there a Supergirl in the comics like that? But I mean, the real Supergirl. James Gunn's not going to give us something like that. He's going to give us the real blonde Supergirl. And anyway, he's got it down to 2 actresses, I think, because he talks to the social media and kind of gives. I get the sense he's doing a traditional, more like the comic book of Superman than maybe has ever been done. Even the Christopher Reeve, I mean, with other superheroes popping in, like Metamorpho and stuff, and the guy playing there are these people that are real staunch supporters of Zack Snyder, and they say, no, you should not replace what's his name, Henry Cavill. That's ridiculous, and it's like, well, why not? If it's
people, all of a sudden, when people develop an interest in superheroes because of the movies, and they don't understand the notion that you do need to replace the actors every once in a while. In the Marvel movies, they like the association of the characters with the actors so much that now they're not thinking about doing replacements.
Yeah, because they've never read the comics. Henry Cavill looks okay as Superman, but didn't portray him in the right way. And it wasn't his fault. The director told him to be dour and never smile and just be this depressed guy. And so,
but I think he wanted to be Superman. He wanted to be the real Superman. He was trying to push it through the writing.
I understand, but still, if he's Superman in the new James Gunn movies and he's wanting to have a young Superman, then it's going to look like it's still part of what happened before. But it's so weird because he's still doing the Suicide Squad, that redone Suicide Squad, and they interacted with Henry Cavill at the end, and so did what's his face? So did the Peacemaker character in the. I don't know if Henry Cavill was in that last episode, but they at least had Aquaman and maybe Wonder Woman. I don't know. I understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to make a more pure comic universe, and instead of the dark Watchmen style, and it wasn't completely a failure what Zack Snyder did. There was still great stuff in those. Can't think of much in Man of Steel, but when they did the redone Justice League that was supposed to be his original vision, there was some cool stuff in that. The Wonder Woman character's good. The Aquaman character's horribly miscast. There was good stuff, but he does, for every great thing he does, there's something that pisses me off, like killing off Jimmy Olsen instantly just because he doesn't belong in my universe. Well, it's not your universe. You're just a temporary idiot. And he can't he can't make a movie if he doesn't have something. Like, you've got the DC characters with 80-90 years of then you can kind of make something of that because it's already been done for you. You've got 300 laid out for you, and you can just film the panels, and you can do the same thing with Watchmen, even though he ruined the ending. But he overdid things in it and used the most obvious music choices instead of being a little, because he's an idiot, and he shows he's an idiot when he does what was the Living Dead movie he made, Army of the Dead, or was that what it was called? Terrible. Like, it was made by someone that has, like, And then this movie he apparently just made that's supposed to be like a Star Wars movie. Everyone hates it because that's just purely him. And he's not good unless he's doing other people. This one really presents well. This doesn't it? Presents well. It's where's my little slip of paper? I don't know, Paula, if you've seen, I'm keeping all the things I'm supposed to say here. I pulled the trigger on this Grail because it presents well. And now it's part of my PC. And look, it's got the trope of Hulk coming out through a wall. It's iconic. So it's kind of cool. So yeah, what else? Gotta say so yeah. So it sent me down a new rabbit hole. I don't know what rabbit hole that is, but morons, idiots treat this like it's Hulk #1. And they think, well, I don't want an issue of Tales to Astonish. It doesn't have the Hulk's name at the top. But that's where all the classic Hulk stuff was. Hulk was good in the early 70s and everything. But the great stuff, the classic, iconic stuff, would have been in the issues where he only had half the comic. And people don't, those comics are criminally undervalued. People don't buy them.
There are idiots on the other side of the spectrum. They don't want the character's they think that the character's first appearance is not in the first story that he appears. It's in a preview of the first story.
Yeah, that. That's because they can't afford the real stuff.
Yeah.
And I see it all the time. This one, yeah, it's got some spine wear, but what can I can't afford. There's this new thing. All these people are all excited about. They get some artist, they can't afford the iconic work by that artist, so they're finding other like romance comics that artist did that no one noticed before, and they're buying those up thinking it's gonna be share. Like everyone's talking Matt Baker. Well, if you get a romance comic with, he's a great artist, but you may not be able to afford Phantom Lady where she's bursting, her breasts are bursting through the ropes. That's good girl art. But everyone's saying, well, look, it's a girl drawn by Matt Baker. It's got to be good girl art. No, it's just art of a girl. But you can't afford the big one. And no one can. Well, a few people can here. What? I just showed that. What is going on? 105. They're out of order. What is happening? Okay, it's enough ranting. What I would love, if I had, well, it wouldn't be a genie wish because I'd wish for something better. But I wish that all these people in the chat, we've got 11 people watch. I wish they would all do shows. Well, Charlton does a show. I see him there. Mm-hmm. But I wish, because I want more, I think the word is content on YouTube where people have personalities and actually care about and aren't just buying pieces of plastic with a comic in it that they'll never read. Because I so every time, Strange Life puts up something, or Charlton, or Meyer Greenblatt, or Jambo, it's like, oh, someone that actually loves comics. It's exciting to me. I wish there would be more shows where just people talk about comics. I always love this, the Glob. What is going on here in the comments? Let's see. Oh, that was the Supergirl. Yeah. J. Jonah Jameson is not in any of those new Spider-Man movies. Yes, he actually is. The latest, he was in the last two, and it's actually the same actor that played him in the Tobey Maguire movies, except now he's bald. Yes, he's played by what's his face that does all the commercials now that are in front of every YouTube commercial. What is that guy?
J.K. Simmons.
Yeah. What's it again?
J.K. Simmons.
J.K. Simmons. Yeah, he was perfectly cast in those first two Spider-Man movies. Were great because Sam Raimi knew the mid-60s Spider-Man comics, and he was filming that right down to Spider-Man being on a scooter. It was wonderful. The third movie had problems because he was getting all this interference from Avi Arad or whatever. You got to put Venom in. It's like, I don't know what Venom is. He's like someone like me. I didn't read that shit.
Well,
That was after I stopped reading Spider-Man. I don't know Venom and Carnage. To me, that's
that's one of the reasons. Yeah, I get it. But that's one of the reasons I always complain that Marvel and DC don't actually function as movies. They function as TV series because we're used to seeing the ongoing aspect of them. So they did a Craven movie, but the Craven movie was always going to suck. It's impossible because obviously they wanted to film Craven's Last Hunt. The thing is, you can't film Craven's Last Hunt because you don't have the emotional attachment to you don't see the emotional progression of seeing Craven deal with all of the times that he's failed to kill Spider-Man.
Exactly. You don't have because Craven had appeared. What was that? He probably started about 1964. Then to 74 to 84. What was that? 90s. He'd been around 30 years in the comics. Believe it or not, I never read Craven's Last Hunt. I hear it's great.
It is it's 1988, I think, 87 or 88.
That's all Sony. They own Spider-Man, and then they had to be convinced and cajoled to let Marvel borrow Spider-Man, but they still own all these other characters, and they think, well, we'll make a movie with Morbius or Craven, and no one cares because normal people don't know who those characters are.
Exactly.
They exist as accessories to Spider-Man and don't work without him, and they just can't seem to figure that out. Now they're doing a movie with Madam Web, and it's no one knows who that is. Nobody. Not even most people that read Spider-Man know who that is.
No, and Madam Web appeared in Roger Stern's Amazing Spider-Man run, and she got killed in less than a year.
Yeah, I've got those early issues, and for a while they were going up because they thought there's gonna be a movie, but
and then they brought her back to life in the 90s. But yeah,
I mean it's an old lady, so now she's this young. I think she's the girl that was tortured or not tortured, but was a slave. And what was that series of movies that women like?
50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah. I don't even know. I'm too old to remember titles. Anyway, Michael Taylor. Okay, what's he saying here? He says, okay. I saw some of those movies. Don't know that I missed. Okay, at the very end of the second of the new Spider-Man movies, J. Jonah Jameson appears on a big screen, I think, saying that Spider-Man is Peter Parker. He's bald, but it's J.K. Simmons from the original series, but it's an alternate. How do they explain it? Alternate timeline or alternate universe? The multiverse, whatever. Okay, it's a different one of the verses.
And they got that from the 90s cartoon, because they do a storyline with that's supposed to be based on Secret Wars, but they get Spider-Man from different dimensions. But if you try to do science fiction with Spider-Man, it doesn't really work. You lose all of the down to earth element of the character.
So what they were trying to do, because newspapers really don't exist anymore, much worse than magazines. I mean, nobody gets newspapers delivered to them except real old people. And so Peter Parker, working for a newspaper and a photographer, worked in the 60s and 70s. So what they tried to do is make J. Jonah Jameson an internet personality, basically based on Alex Jones, 100% based on Alex Jones. right down to the head being shaved. Although he's just kind of balding, he's not really shaven. But anyway, and then he appeared in the third Spider-Man movie, that was the one where all the Spider-Mans from the different multiverse, different timelines, whatever, reunite. And I don't remember how much he appeared in that, but that was a good movie. That was actually one of the last good Marvel movies. Yeah. So, and everything is weird in the new. I like the new Spider-Man movies, but Flash Thompson, instead of a big football playing blonde guy, is like a little Indian guy that's just more of a bully verbally, I think, rather than physically. But I think he's still a big Spider-Man fan. I mean, the basic thing. And then Mary Jane Watson is not a red-haired girl. She just called MJ, but then I don't know. Everything's a little different because they're saying we've got to show that Queens, New York, is a very diverse place. It's not just a bunch of Polish people, which is the way Ditko portrayed it. Everyone was, oh well. What was the deal with the Green Goblin and his son's hair? The weird.
Yeah, I don't think he ever explained it. It doesn't. It is a weird hair. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that in real life.
I mean, I've been told that everything that he drew was made to look like people he knew growing up, like the Polish community that he lived in. And I just like, do they ever have? It's really a very African American hairstyle, sort of. It's waviness, like James Brown or something.
I can see it being curly.
Yeah, but it's not just curly. It's very. I've never seen. And then someone was saying, and it's true, that Jack Kirby drew all women looking like the actress Patricia Neal, and I thought, yeah, that's kind of true. Patricia Neal. Patricia Neal was in The Day the Earth Stood Still, right? And you think about the woman in that movie, and it's like, yeah, all Kirby's women's faces rather kind of look like that actress. Well, what, I don't even know why I'm showing Hulk. I was wanting to look at Fantastic Four. Is there anything you could show for a minute or so while I go get that Fantastic?
No, not here. I don't have anything.
No, you don't. It's all back at the house. So what did they do to your house that created all this dust? Take down a wall or two?
Well, it's not. No, I had to replace some things in the bathroom, but I had a lot of things that were accumulating, and I needed to take everything out. But that requires some cleanup. Also because I'm
was it dead bodies that were accumulating?
No, it's like this. I brought books to the instead of bringing the books to the library, I brought them to the living room, and then they stayed there, and they were inside the bags, and then I didn't touch the bags, and then dust accumulated around the bags, and I didn't. So it's not
basically a hoarding situation. Is that what you're describing?
Yeah, but it's more like I don't want to move this stuff, and then it starts accumulating dust where it shouldn't. So
okay, so it's dust, right? Are you allergic to dust?
I have the potential to be. My sister is.
Okay, so you need someone to come in and clean up the dust because you weren't cleaning your house?
Yeah, I mean, I sweep, but I don't do a thorough job. In the corners and under the couch.
I think we can all relate. So basically, your collecting has rendered your house unlivable?
Somewhat.
See, I didn't really think of that. I always think that Paulo doesn't really own comics. He owns books because he always shows us the books on virtual slideshows.
Mm-hmm.
You never really show. Very rarely do you show a physical copy of a book.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you did with some science fiction books.
Yeah.
So you
got to get. And when I buy stuff, I do get. I sometimes buy stuff and I get the trade paperbacks out, and I show the trade paperbacks. But yeah, they're always collected editions. But even then, because we live in apartments. We don't have big houses where we have a room to store all the stuff like you do. We don't have garages. I live on the 5th floor.
Oh, but you said you don't rent. Do you own it? Is it like a condominium?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you buy. It's like an apartment, but you purchase it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's what we do. We buy apartments. If we have to, the rental market is actually stupid because there are no companies that own buildings. People buy there are people who buy a second apartment, and then to pay off the mortgage on the second apartment, they rent it out. But if you buy an apartment, it's cheaper than paying the rent on somebody else's apartment.
Okay. So if you were to go into and stay at the place that you own, you're afraid you'd have an allergic attack? Or you can't walk in there anymore?
Yeah, I can walk, but it's like this. If I had to do this renovation at the bathroom, and I might as well really start working on it. The thing is, I need somebody to go over it. I'm unemployed, so I can't afford to pay. My dad already helped me.
Is the bathroom, you can't use the bathroom? Is that what you're telling me?
Bathroom's okay now. It needs some cleanup on the other divisions, on the other rooms.
So they fixed your bathroom and it kicked up dust?
It kicked up dust that combined with the dust that was already there.
Oh, okay. So it's just a frickin' mess.
Yeah.
I know what that's like. They had to cut.
Basically, what I needed to do was get everything out of the living room and out of my bedroom and put it in the library, which stays shut, and the rest needs to be cleaned up.
Okay. All right. I see. All right. Well,
I can't. I have to stop getting bringing stuff over to the living room and leaving it there.
So what do you ideally need? More bookshelves? Because that's my problem.
Yeah, I need more bookshelves, but I need another room. I should stop buying, even when I'm buying a lot less than I used to. If I buy 10 more books in a year, all of a sudden, where am I going to put these?
Well, why don't you show these physical books on 4-Color Fossils?
Many of them are modern.
They're all porno. Just kidding.
No. Many of them are modern. I do have the collected editions I could show, but it's not as fun. So I suppose I could show the insides because I prefer showing the insides. I like showing off stuff like, this page is well constructed and look at how the art is doing here.
I understand.
So what I end up doing is trying to be more educational and show how stuff happens is done in other countries. So.
Yeah, well, your goal is to show that there's the great stuff going on in European comics that we don't pay attention to. To me, it's just like, I know there's cool stuff, but it's just never been available to me. I know there's that cool art that used to be in heavy metal. The guy that was on the pterodactyl that was always rescuing some. What was that? What was that called?
The guy on the pterodactyl is not even supposed to be anything. I think those covers on heavy metal, they don't correspond to any of the strips inside.
Yeah, but there was an actual storyline.
Oh, I have one with a flying dragon because it's the Mercenary. It's a Spanish comic.
I can't think it's some foreign.
Oh, right. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's Arzek. It's from the Worlds of Adina from Mobius.
No, I like that. I like Mobius, but it's not. No, it's very, very realistic painted. It's not stylized like Mobius. Man, what is that thing called? It's
pterodactyl.
Well, it's just like he's always man, I don't know. I think it was in heavy metal.
Heavy metal is not even representative of what the French market is.
I know.
That stuff that looks like Tintin. For many years, that was always the thing that sold better.
what I've always liked about, I always like the comics that come from, I don't know, the Middle East or something, where Superman's got a red suit, where they draw it so ridiculously, or or Japanese Batman I always like stuff. I guess because I'm laughing at it, but I guess, man, what is the name of that art?
It's like when the Italians got the rights to Superman, and they removed the S from the chest because they were naming the character Nembo Kid.
Yeah, that's the
Superman
kind
is
of
Nembo
thing I
Kid.
like. I'm going to try to hunt this artist. It's some kind of flying thing. Flying. I'll find it yet. Someone in the chat telling. Oh wait, what's going on in the chat here? Michael's saying the casting of Jameson and Aunt May was pretty accurate in the original movies. Yes, in the new movies, Aunt May is like, looks like she's 35. I'm sure she's probably more my age, but she looks very young. I was very disappointed in that Green Hornet movie. I never saw it. I saw it in the theaters, wanted to walk out on it, but I paid a lot to get in. Yeah, I knew that would. I had a feeling on that one. So
you mean Tarna? Tarna.
No, Tarna's the animated thing in Heavy Metal.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
No, I don't mean that. It's an actual. It's actually painted. No, it's a guy on the bird. It's always. Man, why can't I think? I think I even have a whole graphic novel of this strip. And helpful if I spelled it right. I don't know, man.
If our Mike was still here, it could probably tell us. He did a series of videos on heavy metal.
Yeah, I know. He might. Maybe it wasn't even in heavy metal. It might be that it was never in heavy metal, but it was. I was never that big into heavy metal, honestly. I mean, there were things I liked in heavy metal, but still no one telling me in the chat, all 8 of you. Of course not.
Yeah, I guess they don't know.
Yeah, they don't know anything, do they? I'll never find it. Never.
I'm pretty sure it's Arzak.
Arzak? Well, I'll look up Arzak, but it's not Mobius. It's a guy that paints like really realistically. No, it is not Arzak. It is similar to this. It is similar. It's a guy on a bird, but it's painted very realistically, and usually he's rescuing someone that looks like, princess tied to a pole or something. And I'll find out, and I'll make an announcement on 4-color fossils or something. It'll pop up somewhere or somewhere. Not Arzak for sure. I guess Tarna was kind of based on Arzak. Is that what they kind of did?
Yeah, because they did the heavy metal movie, but they didn't have the rights to the characters which appeared in heavy metal because they're owned by the creators.
Right.
So they do stuff that kind of vaguely looks like it.
Yeah. And then the biggest perversion was that So Beautiful and yet so dangerous, or whatever. I think that's what it was called, where this round spaceship comes down, and in Heavy Metal, it was a whole storyline that was really serious. And in the cartoon movie, that thing comes down and it's made to look just like it did in the magazine, but then it turns into Cheech and Chong, and they're like doing cocaine, and it's, SCTV guys doing cocaine in a spaceship. It's like, okay, well, we're waiting on him to open his store.
There is a convention in France right now, a comic convention
Right.
this weekend, but it's not a convention; it's the convention.
Yeah.
The problem is it's not very attractive to people who are mostly into American comics. There are art exhibits, but it's not for mainstream stuff. I looked at the conventions at the exhibits they have this year, and even I would not be very interested in most of those. But I'm probably going to do something about that convention, because a friend of mine went there, and see if he wants to bring some of the books over and do a video maybe next week or in 2 weeks.
Yeah. You ever see this comic, The Inferior Five?
I've heard of it.
You have or haven't?
I have heard of Inferior Five. I've never read any story.
Yeah.
It's not the type of thing that gets published in other countries.
Oh, I wouldn't think so. They're making fun of Marvel's Thor in this one.
Yeah.
There's one issue where they have a whole bunch of Marvel characters on the cover, but that does not seem to be in this box. This issue, they have a bunch of DC characters. So you got Superman and Superboy together, which makes a lot of sense.
I think that they tried to put the Inferior Five in regular continuity after Crisis, but it doesn't really work. That's not the point of the characters.
Crisis, pretty much. Yeah, that wasn't my favorite thing that they did. But I know people that are younger than me, they're all about it. It's like, oh, the John Byrne run of Superman was just great. It's like, no, I thought it was garbage. I mean, it's good art, but I liked all that Mort Wessinger era of. Yeah. This is Kevin. If you watch this at some point, or possibly you're watching right now, this is the first issue of Planet of the Vampires, the comic you just got. And then this is the one you just got, issue 2.
Yeah.
And I think that
Martin Goodman was always going to go broke publishing that line. Because he did something that he always refused to do when he owned Marvel, which is pay the artists more money.
Yeah. Do you think that's what really caused it to go under?
It didn't help. In the 70s, distribution was terrible. That's why you had you had those things with the Fourth World being canceled and Howard the Duck, because some guys would go to the distributor, get all of the comics.
Oh yeah,
and then they would sign the affidavit saying that the comics were destroyed.
Right.
So the publisher didn't get any money on them. But Atlas did, starting over a completely new line. Atlas was always going to have trouble getting inside the distribution model.
Okay, you're right, and I know that I mean, when I was a kid and I wanted to find Howard the Duck 1, I saw it in the ads and I was looking for it, and it never showed up on the stands. And then later it just said it was low distribution, but it didn't have low distribution. You're right. The early people that were dealing in comics and selling them in the ads and the comics, and people that were opening comic stores around that time went and bought the whole bundles of Howard the Duck #1 before they could ever get to the newsstands. So that's why the newsstands never had them. These Atlas comics, I can only tell you from the point of view of someone that was 9 or 10 years old at the time in San Antonio, Texas. The Atlas comics were everywhere. So they didn't have low distribution. Now, it could be that some of those people were speculating on them because they had Neil Adams covers and artists that were loved. But I think that the sales probably, because I loved the comics, but the comics, they felt weird. Yeah, they were absolute imitations of Marvel, and you could look at any one of them and say, this is an imitation of this character, and this is an imitation of that character. But when you read it, the tone was off. It was more of a dark tone to the comics, and they were more violent, and they would say not real bad curse words, but you might get the word damn, and which was like, whoa, I never see that in DC and Marvel. And the tone was off because who was it they brought over from Warren? Was it Archie Goodman? There was one of the some guy that was in charge of Warren's adult, whatever you call creepy and eerie. I don't know if you call it adult or it's aimed at maybe 15-year-olds, a little bit older audience than the color comics. He was put in charge of the color Atlas comics. And then they got, I forget who from Marvel.
Larry Lieber.
Yeah, Stan Lee's brother.
Yeah.
To be in charge of the Warren imitation magazines. And he's used to doing the color comics. So it was just both the character, they were put in the wrong job positions, the two guys. And this stuff was like, this is the Hulk imitation, the Brute. And I just remember, of course, I haven't read this probably 1975, but I remember it was just a little darker. It wasn't than the actual Marvel title. I mean, you look at it, it's like, oh yeah, that's supposed to be the Hulk. And you can look at
here it is. The guy's name was Jeff Rovin.
Okay. It's just I'm not exactly sure why the line failed. I was loving it. Mainly, I just thought I was in on the ground floor of something new, a new company, and then it just disappeared. But that was a time, that was kind of a disillusioning time. That the early 70s, I just loved that era. And then to the mid 70s, and then it just seemed like about the time that the UPC code appeared on comics, and then Marvel. Another thing that disillusioned me was the Spider-Man TV series that was hyped up in the comics, and it was just really shitty. And then Marvel's doing all these licensed properties, like, and it's not that they were bad, Shogun Warriors and Transformers, and then later G.I. Joe. It just seemed like it took away the Marvel universe was no longer there. It was more like they were just cashing in on stuff. And then they did Pizzazz that was trying to be like the Scholastic Dynamite magazine. It just seemed like, oh, they're just after cash. The magic of the Marvel universe is just kind of going away here.
Well, they are, but that's understandable. You have to think it's they were not trying to sell the universe as a product. The fact that a universe was a product was a byproduct of what they actually trying to do. But they were a publishing company. If they made more money doing licensed properties and nothing else, they would do licensed properties and nothing else.
Right.
That's why the characters disappeared if they were not successful. Nothing wrong with that.
Now, William Medina is pointing out the Japanese Spider-Man show was better. Yes, even though it wasn't Peter Parker. I mean, the Spider-Man suit was better. It was because in that Toei Studios in Japan, the Spider-Man show in the United States, well, we're on a limited budget, so we'll show him climbing a wall at the end of each episode, and it's like
they used to splice 2 episodes together and distribute them in movies.
Oh man, I feel sorry for people in other countries that went to a theater and paid money to see 2 Spider-Man episodes together. It's just the thing about this Japanese show is they didn't care if they had a low budget. They still did it with everything. Spider-Man would summon a giant robot, and he had his own car, and he'd be doing all this stuff, and he'd be fighting armies of villains, and it would have the spirit of the comic book, even though some alien magic bug from outer space gave him the power, and it was completely off. It had the spirit of fun. That same studio is the one that did Kamen Rider and a lot of then there's Toei that does, and then what's the studio that does Ultraman? Is it Subaraya? I think.
I'm not sure.
Both of those companies, those are like real comic book shows. Kamen Rider's great, and then because they would have every year they'd have a different Kamen Rider. It would be the same basic thing, but it would be a different Kamen Rider. His suit would be different. It'd be a different guy. And then after they've done about 10 years of it, then all the Kamen Riders team up, and then you've got like a Justice League. It's pretty cool what they did. And there was an episode where Spider-Man fights basically the Thing. They don't call him the Thing. He's a villain. Man, that's tearing me up that I can't think of what that guy on the bird is called. It's like a pterodactyl. It's very realistically painted, which is what I like about it. It's oh well, and it's always just very scantily clad girl. It's like the cover of Savage Sword of Conan, but painted throughout. Like it's like Alex Ross kind of realistic art. Okay, I'm gonna go grab that Fantastic Four box.
I'm trying to go see if
can you entertain the crowd with something?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and see here if I can find Luis Royo's website, because he may have done that cover. Okay, so
you think that's the artist I'm talking about?
Yeah, Luis Royo was he used to do painted covers for a bunch of things, and sometimes he would recycle the art, and it was in Heavy Metal magazine, but it was also in a heavy metal music album.
I'm thinking that whoever I'm thinking of is a Spanish artist, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. Let's see, Luis Royo. Books. No, not for gallery. Luis Royo. Where are you? Okay, this usual stuff. Can we find a pterodactyl? Are you here? There are pterodactyls here. Those are not it. There's a dragon. There's the Batman. This is less. Used to have a place where I could see all of the covers, and now I can't. No, not from here. Let's try again. Luis Royo, Metal Iowa. Why do these things all disappear? Hello. Another one. There is a. Okay, but it is Tarna. It is Tarna. Labirinto Gris, homage to Goya collection, and you have the Tarna art here. Yeah. What is Royo?
Not to sound like an egotistical American, but is it true that the economy of European countries, kind of based on how the United States is doing? If we're doing bad, everyone else does bad, or
Yeah, the financial industry is highly dependent on what happens in the United States. So let's just say that recovering from the 2008 housing bubble bursting, it affected us very badly, and in some cases we've never recovered.
So,
because what happened is that the Chinese started buying houses over here, and that's why the houses are very expensive now over here.
Okay. And they're buying up a lot of farmland in the United States, and Bill Gates is buying up a lot of farmland. You wonder, why is he doing that? Anyway, so are people in European countries pretty invested in like who wins the presidential race in the United States because it will affect them eventually?
Not like that. No, we're more interested in we try to be on the lookout for anything bad that happens to the American economy.
Okay, so
because that's bad for us. For example, there's a conflict in the Middle East, and we expect the United States to go over there and exacerbate it, thus making the price of oil go up and making everything more expensive.
Yeah, but this is that night.
Do you think things got better in Portugal when Trump was president?
No, it didn't affect Trump becoming president had little effect on American foreign policy and economic investment.
So he was making things better for us, but it didn't go to you.
No.
Okay, because he was probably making like other people in NATO for, for protection. Okay,
the reaction here politically was that the World Economic Forum stepped up.
I put them on the table though.
On the table?
What they wanted to do.
All the noise, but yeah. So basically,
I have a
he
lot of
helped
backers
his own country out, but it doesn't extend.
Not like that, no.
But I sure hope he gets elected. Let's go to Gotham. It sounds like he's got a full house at his store. Oh, you're playing Cookie Monster. I thought you had a whole store full of people. You might need to, Kevin, you might need to mute the music so I don't get a copyright.
I'm trying to put my headphones in. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you now. Yeah, but you might need to mute the Cookie Monster music.
The headphones, hold on.
While we're on the air, you might need to mute the sound because YouTube freaks out over any copywritten music.
Hold on, I'm gonna come back in. Hold on. I'm gonna leave and come back.
All right, sounds good. Oh, okay. Well, anyway.
I think it was too distorted to be recognized by the algorithm, but still.
Yeah, you'd be surprised though. Okay, so I was going to show some Detective Comics. I think I may have already shown all these.
Or as
are you aware that there are people in the United States that on YouTube they call this tech? Have you ever heard people?
I've heard you complain about
obnoxious? Do you think I just am too sensitive? Isn't that obnoxious? Calling this tech?
Yeah, there's no
It's
point.
not like a long title. Oh, it's such a long title. I better just shorten it to tech. That's like blow it out your ass, man.
Yeah,
your tech. I'm sick of
Legion of Superheroes.
These people on YouTube. What I'm sick of is people that started collecting comics 5, 10, 50, even 20 years ago that think they can make up new terms and then think I'm going to use them. To me, it's like, oh, I don't want to get into pronouns, but it's like, don't ask me to change the way I speak because I've been around almost 60 years. And don't ask me to use new terms like what do I have?
Especially because those stand out as buzzwords. I'm not going to adopt buzzwords in my lexicon.
Yeah, and I'm not going to even buy into key issue because key issue is to me the assholes that just look at, okay, this is worthless because it's just first of all it's raw, and which is a term I hate. Calling a comic raw because the word raw has negative connotations. Raw meat, raw. It just always sounds bad. And it's like, this is raw because it's not slabbed. Also, it's just a run filler because it's not a key issue. And that, to me, the term run filler is condescending.
Yeah, no, you can have an amazing story, but it'll be a run filler because it's not a first appearance.
Yeah, and they'll say it's a first appearance of Bebo the super dolphin. And it's like, what do you know about Bebo the super dolphin? Nothing. I don't even know how to pronounce his name, but I read it in my comic on mycomicshop.com on the description that it has a first appearance, so it's a key issue, so I have it slabbed. And I mean, I can't take it anymore with these people because they don't know anything about it.
It's at times like these that I actually agree with Gary Groth. Most American comics are stupid and are made for stupid people by stupid people.
Well, okay, so I'm watching a video and it's like, here's my Archie collection. It's all the, what did they call it? I can't remember the word they used. They think that all of the stuff that's like, I personally don't think that when they did that cover where Archie said, I had to beat off all these guys to rescue, I don't think they were thinking, let's put a joke on the cover. I don't think they were. I mean, I swear I don't think they were, because why would you risk your job? Would you really risk your job because it's just that funny to put a dirty joke on the cover you're selling to 7-year-old girls? I don't think so.
Also, it would stand out to the censors in the Comics Code Authority.
Yeah, I just don't think so, because you don't understand. People don't understand. The millennials and these young people don't understand. We're talking about the World War II generation. We're talking about people that were born closer to 1900. And the way they speak and the way they think was different, and their morality was different, and they would never dream of doing that and risking their jobs. And they say, oh, innuendo, I only collect the Archie innuendo covers. Look at my Archie innuendo covers. Like,
yeah,
blow it up.
there are innuendos, but it's inside in the stories, and some you notice that they are.
Most of the innuendos lately, some of the newer artists, maybe. And I know Dan DeCarlo also did adult art and everything, you know, in the adult magazines. But I don't think Bob Montana was doing that, or Harry Lucy. And I was just because this guy is a millionaire. He's got millions. I need to shut up.
There's
it's very obvious what I'm talking about. But he couldn't even remember what Harry Lucy's name was. It's like, oh my
there's
God.
a 1950s cover from one of those teen humor Marvel comics. I think it was I'm not sure, but I think it was Jeannie. And she's riding in the streetcar on the subway. And there's a bunch of guys sitting down and looking at her, and they all have their briefcases on their laps. So that one is an innuendo, but but most of them they do jokes about somebody falling in love with going gaga over the main female character.
Okay, so Archie seeing a girl on the beach with a bikini and with his tongue out, that's not innuendo.
Yeah,
that's just a guy looking
exactly.
at how's that innuendo? or you know, it's like, oh well, some of the terms that I didn't even want to get it. But like when Mad had the cover that was just a fist, you know, just the middle finger, and they had to apologize. They weren't. That means one thing now, and it meant one thing in the 1970s, which is F, you. But to the World War II generation in 1940s, that meant nuts to you, and it wasn't as offensive. And it became more offensive and became one thing to a generation or so down. And so they put that on the cover, and they're having to apologize, and all these subscribers were freaking out. Their mothers like, you sent this to my son in the mail. and newsstand, it's just like, it's just the deal with older people making comics aimed at little kids. They just don't know. I don't know. That's just my opinion. But anyway, I was looking at my Fantastic Four because Kevin will show us some Fantastic Fours in a minute, and anyway, my earliest Fantastic Four is this, which presents well. It has a good spine. What else can I say about it? It's a mega grail. I got to get my list here.
You have to come up. You have to come up with a new name for Fantastic Four. You can start calling it Fant.
Well, they're already call it. I mean, FF was from the time period of this. So
yeah, but you have to come up with your. You have to come up with your own name so that you can become an influencer.
Yeah, like Comic Tom. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have this copy of Fant.
First of all, I got to flail my arms around. I am Comic Tom. Man, jeez. And you got to edit. You know, like when they talk, then they would edit this comic, edit, and then edit, and then they just edit. I guess they're saying and they're cutting out but I don't know. The TikTok generation likes to see movement and just the static camera shot without lots of edits, like 3 or 4 edits in one sentence. Somehow that makes it more exciting to them. I don't know why that is. Yeah, this is all beat up. It's issue 15, but it's all there, I guess. You know, the best way to get the early Fantastic Fours, I guess, unless you have millions of dollars, is to get Marvel collector's item classics. This one, this is probably one of the worst condition comics I own. I actually got this from Kevin at Gotham City Comics. I think I got it for maybe $5, maybe not even that. But the cover's completely detached, and I mean the comic inside is readable, but you can tell that comic was well loved. Okay, let's see. We got comments. Luis Royo. Okay, is that the name of the artist I'm thinking of?
It probably is. I was trying to. I used to be able to look at all the covers that he did, but he redesigned his website since then, and now he doesn't have that stuff there.
Michael Taylor says, I like the 70s live action show because I was happy to see a Spider-Man live action show. Yeah, but it would just let me down because Peter Parker didn't look right. He seemed a little effeminate because he was the actor, the guy from Sound of Music. Nothing was right. It's like, where's his love interest? Where's Mary Jane or Gwen Stacy? It's nothing. It was off.
It was just a reporter doing investigative stuff and then putting on a pajamas.
Yeah. Okay. Let me look up this name. I'll do a Google image search of Luis Royo. That sounds right. I'm glad. And you thought of it too. Or did you see the comment in the chat, or did you think
I thought of it too? Yeah, Royo is a name that usually pops up because his covers appear in a bunch of similar magazines, even if they have different insides.
Okay, let me see if this is the guy. Oh my gosh, he's a strange looking guy. No offense, Luis Royo. Let's see. Let me see if he's the artist that I'm thinking of.
He's a true artist. It looks like one.
I'm not seeing it yet, but okay. This guy seems more like I don't know if he's the guy. He could be. This guy seems a little more, the guy I'm thinking of is more, this is a little more abstract looking. The guy I'm thinking of is very realistic. It seems like what I'm thinking of would have popped up by now, all the scrolling I'm doing. I don't think Luis Royo's the guy. And I don't know how I can find it. I don't know what I could type in. Guy on pterodactyl rescuing princess. Would that work? Maybe.
Sometimes. Guy on flying.
Yeah, this is not the guy. Although this guy's art is good. Not little bit too 80s for me. This is that kind of look. A little too. I don't know what I. Okay, let me try it.
Because the Spanish comic The Mercenary by Vicente
It's The Mercenary. That's what it is.
Okay.
That's it. I remember it was called Mercenary.
Yeah, the artist is called Vicente Segrelles.
That's the guy. Let me. Oh, I typed in mercenary. I'm getting pictures of soldiers. Wait, mercenary comic art. What's the guy's name?
Segrelles. Segrelles.
Yeah, this is the guy.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, that's the guy I'm talking about.
Yeah, but that's a
guy,
dragon.
This guy's a much better artist than that Luis Royo, in my opinion. Yeah. No offense to you out there. Yeah. Okay. The Mercenary. Was this a long-running comic?
You can say that there are 15 albums, I think.
That's So was that in heavy metal, or did I see it somewhere else?
It may have appeared in Metallic. I think it appeared in Metallic. It may have appeared in heavy metal. Maybe not. Maybe one or two albums.
I think I have a book, like a graphic novel of it, because I saw it at the comic store and liked it. How do I spell his name again?
Segrelles. Segrelles. Segrelles.
That's Spanish?
Yeah.
Okay, the two L's makes a Y sound. Segrelles. Okay.
Yeah. The guy's uncle, he did covers for the New Yorker back in the 1920s and 30s, and his old house in Valencia was converted into a museum.
What? Who was?
That Segrelles' uncle.
Oh, his uncle.
He did covers for the New Yorker back in the 1920s and 30s.
Oh, okay.
And if you ever go to Spain, in Valencia, his house was converted into a museum.
Okay. Yeah, this is the guy, man. Yeah, the Mercenary. Yeah.
He's in his 80s now, so he doesn't do the watercolors anymore. But he prefers working on a computer because it's less work for him.
Oh yeah. Is this watercolor? Is that what I'm looking at here?
Yeah, watercolors, some oil, some of them seem to be oil paintings.
Well, here's a whole book. I was describing it as a pterodactyl. I guess it's more of a dragon.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's cool. You know about Donald Trump's uncle? Sorry to bring everything back to Donald Trump.
No,
seriously, this is true. I'm not bullshitting you. Donald Trump's uncle, when Nikola Tesla died, was brought in to supervise and to gather all his papers together. This is that. When did he die? Probably the 40s.
Yeah.
And so he saw all of all this stuff that you always hear. Well, Tesla knew how to do this and that, and they all secretly suppressed it. So I'm not telling this story right. Let me look this up, because so some people, conspiracy theories, they say, well, maybe he passed this on to his nephew, all this knowledge about, because there are people that say maybe we shouldn't be paying electric bills. Maybe there's a way to have unlimited free electricity, but they don't want us to know it, because if they could come up with a way to run a car without gasoline, they would kill that person that invented it, because they don't want you to know that. They don't want a cure for cancer. Why would they want that? That would be ridiculous. That would cost them.
There's a guy in India who insists that the compressed air engine is more efficient than the gasoline engine.
Yeah.
There's some guys trying to make the car run on water. I'm not sure that one works though. And one thing that I know for sure, you don't have to brush your teeth. There is a vaccine for cavities to prevent cavities.
But there's not a vaccine for. What about for your recessed gums, your teeth falling out?
No, it doesn't. It's supposed to. It doesn't get to that. So the idea, because it's a bacteriological infection. When you start, when you get your teeth yellow and it starts going up, it's a bacteriological infection. If you get a vaccine for that attacks the microbes that attack your teeth and your gums, you don't need to brush. But
yeah, it's fine.
I know when and I've been told that one exists.
This says on January 9th,
I couldn't use the
1943,
headphones.
2
They don't
days
work.
after Nikola Tesla died destitute in a New York City hotel, the FBI called MIT professor and esteemed electrical engineer John G. Trump to determine if any of the belongings in the inventor's estate, which included a purported weapon of mass destruction Tesla called the death ray, would be dangerous if they fell into enemy hands. After a 3-day investigation, Trump, in fact, the late uncle of Donald J. Trump, determined that there was no risk. It turned out Tesla never actually made his death ray. Still, the mystery and exaggerated claims, along with the soaring success and failures associated with Tesla, an eccentric Serbian-American polymath futurist, continue to be played out today on a scale that only he could have imagined. The two high-profile, blah blah blah. But anyway,
yeah, it never did the. It never built the death ray, but it did build the earthquake machine.
Yeah, they can completely control weather, and people can say you're insane, Gratu. They can't. we got hit with a storm that hadn't existed since 1978 here because the first voting, the first caucus for Trump was going to happen, and they made it minus 18 degrees. I had to drive to go vote for Trump. But let's see. Speaking of Trump, let's look at this one. That sounded wrong. Donald Trump's not a rat fink, but someone I respect as much as Donald Trump would be Big Daddy Roth, who later he married a Mormon woman in later life. So he redrew some of his drawings of monsters with switchblades and turned them into candy or ice cream cones. Oh, look at all this you've gotten in. Oh, crap. Are these thick books or what are they?
Yeah, these are the softies.
Softies. So they collect about what, 4 comics or just various stories or what?
This one has 6.
Are they the complete?
Yeah,
it's not
complete
the
with
issues
covers.
complete, or is it
Complete with covers and ads.
Oh man, how much are these things?
These are like $32.99.
Oh man, wait, some
These
of
are the
those.
facsimiles.
Oh, the Lars of Mars. That's something you ordered a long time ago, isn't it?
Yeah, that's how long it takes to come in.
Okay, some of those I think some of those I asked you to order. Or how much are these replicas here?
Facsimiles are $15.99.
Okay, I hate to do this to you, but I need one of the robot men. I need one of all of those that you just.
One of these.
Oh my God! Sometimes it's wonderful to live in 2024. Sometimes I'm not as depressed.
So you want one of every? So 1, 2, 3, 5 copies.
One of those, yeah. Maybe not the softies because those you can get replenish, right? If they sell the softies.
Usually.
Okay. Well, I don't want to be an asshole, but I want those.
Okay. Here's the Fantastic Four.
Okay, so these are the one. Yes, that's going to be one I want in the next.
This one's yours. This one's yours.
Oh yeah, look at that date stamp. Lovely.
Because there's a black and white and then there's
Great.
This one's yours.
Yeah, those are ones I need.
This one's yours.
Uh-huh.
That one's yours.
You have to see that cover. That cover's phenomenal.
So you got 5 of those.
Because there's 6 covers.
You got 5 of these.
When is it coming out? Next.
And these are the ones that I already have. So if anyone watching is interested, these are books he just got yesterday. If you're needing any of these books, that's a beautiful one. Look at that. Call him up. What's your phone number again?
480-649-3065.
I'm calling you the official sponsor of the show. I hope you don't mind.
That's good.
Well, I mean, when I get real political, hopefully that won't cause problems for you at the store. Oh, wait, what did they do there? They crossed out the price and put 20 cents.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Supposed to pay you, or did he already pay you?
This storyline here, to me, always made me think that Kirby had just watched that Star Trek episode. What was it called? A Piece of the Action, where they go to the planet where they base their whole society on a book
Hang on 1
from
second.
Left Behind about American gangsters.
I'm on
Remember
the
that
internet
episode?
right now. I got this.
Yeah, let's see your haul from today. Oh, haul's another word I need to not stop using.
I got this.
Beautiful.
And I got this.
No, but I was thinking.
I sold this. I gotta ship this out.
Oh, nice.
Then I got these.
That is beautiful.
I got these 3 puzzles.
You know, I've got that one, but it's a frame tray puzzle, like one of the ones that only has about 10 pieces for little kids. That looks like a more complicated
They're 200 pieces and they're sealed.
Yeah, the one I got of that Frankenstein on the slab is frame tray, the same painting. Michael Taylor says, Gratu, I don't know if you're aware, but Trump was on an episode of Andy Griffith's show. He played a neighborhood bully. I kid you not. I've never
Look at all
heard
these
that.
magnets.
I'll look that up.
Apparently, it's an urban legend.
Is it an urban legend? Yeah, I think if that had really happened, that would be all over the place, that clip.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, I could almost say, Kevin, that I
Hang
want
on.
one of each of those.
Okay.
Is that possible?
Yeah. Hang on, okay? I gotta go do a few things.
Okay. We'll
I'm gonna
keep
pause
talking
it
here.
for a little bit. Okay.
All right, sounds good. One thing I can tell you that I don't know if Horror Mike knows this or not. I may have mentioned it to him. Probably I did. On Leave It to Beaver, there's an episode where Beaver wants to go to a horror movie, some kind of voodoo movie, and his mother is appalled that he wants to go to this movie. It's some jungle voodoo thing. And Ward tells her, you know, it's not a big deal, June. When I was a kid, I had a subscription to Weird Tales magazine. That is 100% true, and you could find that episode. I could do a Google search and find it pretty quickly because there's not a lot of Leave It to Beaver episodes that involve a horror movie. But Ward does, so you just have to picture a young Ward Cleaver looking at Margaret Brundage covers and reading about Cthulhu because, you know, he would be the right age. He always looked a lot older. Because I always think of Ward. Now I would let me see how old Hugh Beaumont was during Leave It to Beaver. He's probably in his 40s, but I always thought it's so weird, you know. It's like when you get to an age where you realize, you know, growing up, it's like the women in Playboy are always older than you, and now you realize they're like 30 years younger than you. It's like, what? When did that happen? And Hugh Beaumont and June Cleaver always look. Barbara Billingsley always looked so much older, and now I realize Barbara Billingsley was pretty cute. She's a young woman, but she seemed old when I was a kid. It's weird how that happens. Hugh Beaumont. He was born in 1909 in Eudora, Kansas. 9 to 19, yeah, so, and he would have been 20 in 1929. So he was, yeah, so 9 to 19. So he was about 50 when Leave It to Beaver started. Barbara Billingsley had to have been, I don't think she was born in 1909. There was no way she was 50. Barbara. Okay, Michael Taylor says, Gratu, I'm not being funny. I kid you not, he was. I forgot the name of the episode. I just never heard of him being an actor. Well, he was an actor later in like Home Alone, but let's look it up and we'll figure it out. I don't want to put out inaccurate information on the Hotel Orloff television program. She was born in 1915. Shoot, 15 to 25, 23. She was in her early 40s, which seems young to me now. Okay. Let's look up Donald Trump, Andy Griffith show. I really think if that was true, that it would be everywhere. Donald Trump. Oh, he's only worth 2.5 billion. Why is that the first thing that pops up when you type his name in? They want people to resent him. That's what it is. 2.5 billion. Okay. Donald Trump, Andy Griffith. I'm pretty sure I've seen every episode of Andy Griffith, but is Donald Trump the same age as Ron Howard? I think Ron Howard is younger, but I could be wrong. Someone says, what episode of Andy Griffith was Donald Trump on? Let's see. He and his dad were in episode 215. He's a tiny boy around the same age as Opie. Can't really remember all the plot details of the episode. Opie takes the blame or gets blamed for something Donald did. The episode ends with Andy suggesting Donald be taken behind a shed to receive a whooping. Okay. That's someone 1 year ago named Brian Turner saying that. But let's get confirmation of that. Here's when exactly was America great? Yeah, there's nothing ever great about it. Yeah, what is he talking about? Was the Andy Griffith show racist? No. Is Andy Griffith a Republican?
Yeah, that was what people wanted to know when they watched a comedy in the 1950s.
Okay. Let's see here. Oh, please look. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No. Nice deep fake.
It's nice to win something. It's real nice to win something.
I think it could be a hoax, Michael. I think that if he was on the Andy Griffith show, that it would be pretty big. I don't know. I could be wrong. I was there was. I was watching a live stream, kind of like Four Color Fossils, but some other people, and this other, because there's different pockets of the comic book community. And sometimes they intersect, and there's There are these people that Metarog hangs out with, but he also hangs out with the Four Color Fossils, but then he hangs out with the Gray Man, and Gray Man doesn't really come on the fossils, but sometimes he's in the chat. And then there are whole different people, different communities, different neighborhoods within the comic book community. But there are these guys that interact with that comic collector geek, and some of the dress like wrestlers. They got these big beards and they got their wrestling. They're just cosplay. They're comic collectors, but they call them they talk like wrestlers and they got their wrestling belt over their shoulder. But they were discussing whether this is the first appearance of some character. And this guy, it was brilliant. Instead of saying, I might be wrong, he says, I might be right, but I thought that's great. Say I might be right when you try to, be nice in an argument. I might be right, but I don't know if he even realized he was saying that, but I thought that's a brilliant way to argue. I might be right, but I guess I could be wrong. What's going on here? I think it's called Opie and the Bully. Okay, I will continue to look this up, but let's see. Opie and the Bully.
It was like a trade paperback, right? I think so, yeah. I think I know where it's at.
Well, they have an entry for that.
It was kind of a magazine size.
Yeah. You saw it in the video, right?
Yeah, I saw it on one of your old videos.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not Donald Trump.
I see the guy there.
Well, dude, you remember where that Aurora model kit book is?
Can you see that
My
image?
book? Yes, I think so.
The Aurora model kit book?
Wait, wait, are you talking to me?
Yeah. Which box was that in?
Wait, a book that you have?
Yeah, remember that Aurora model kit book?
Isn't that a book that you sold to somebody?
I sold it already? Thought I had it still.
Oh, I don't know. It seems like you showed one. It seems like didn't Meyer Greenblatt get an Aurora model kit book? He got one from somebody.
Oh, did I sell it already?
I don't know. I remember you had a book. It seemed like I saw a Meyer Greenblatt episode where he had an Aurora book and was all excited about it, and it was one I didn't have. But I don't know. He gets stuff from you occasionally, right?
Okay, I have an image of the kid right here. It's not Donald Trump.
Okay, wait. Okay. Add just. That's not Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So it's Meyer.
Yeah, I think that's just one of those urban legends that spreads online. But
so yeah, I guess I could have sold it up to Meyer already. Yeah.
Why is a customer asking for it?
Jeff wanted to buy it.
Who's Jeff? Who's Jeff? I'm sorry.
Tell him hi for me.
Oh yeah, he says hi too.
Oh, Jeff. Oh, okay.
He's watching the show in the store.
Oh, weird. Okay. Cool. So was he watching you before you came to the store? And
yeah, I think he went to the toy show too. I saw him there.
Oh wow.
Okay, I'll do it. Ouch.
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe Meyer's watching. I don't know. I mean, I could text Meyer if you got a Aurora book from him.
$5.
$5. That's When was
See that? Thanks for coming in.
the pretty low price?
I think we sold it already. You heard it? Yeah. Meyer, I think, got it.
Well, let me check. Well, well, let's see. It's not too early to text someone in California. It's 1:15. Be 11:15 in the morning. Should I text Meyer or is it even worth it?
Yeah, ask him if he got that model kit book from me.
Okay, all right.
And if he says yes, then I don't have to keep looking for it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Oh, those Mecca right there? I do 85 on these. All the Super 7s. I think I have them for 88.50, but I've been doing 85 for everybody. It has the slip case and everything for it. Oh yeah, there was no Godzilla stuff there. I was surprised.
Nobody had any of the highest.
Yeah. No, it's because it's all selling out everywhere.
Is it because of the movie?
Because the movie, yeah.
Coming out, or is it because of the?
Because the movie.
This new one that.
Because the new movie's so good, everybody loves Godzilla again.
Isn't there some TV show on that shows Godzilla for for 15 seconds or something?
I've been watching a lot of Godzilla on YouTube and on Tubi.
But do you know what I'm talking about? Is there some show, some long, like
Oh
on
yeah,
Netflix?
the Monarch. What's it called? Monarch.
How is that?
People like it, so.
This friend of my wife keeps talking about it and saying Gratu needs to watch it. And it's like, we don't.
I
I don't
haven't
think.
seen it. Yeah, it's more about the people. Godzilla's barely in it.
Is -1 more about the people too? Not that that's bad.
It kind of is too, but it's worth it. The monster's in it a lot too.
Right. Is it kind of like Cloverfield in the sense that it shows it from the point of view of the people on the ground? The original Cloverfield.
Yeah, it's a good story. You could watch it even without it being a Godzilla movie.
Yeah. You know,
It's
that's
like
the thing
it's
that
a war
9/11
movie.
changed is when you watch Godzilla movies and all these buildings are being destroyed, you never had the element of dust. Like after he knocks down one building, you wouldn't be able to see anything. It would just be a cloud of dust and people would be covered with dust and asbestos. And then with Cloverfield, they started doing that because that wasn't long after 9/11. And I guess they're doing that with the new Godzilla movies. I just can't see a Godzilla movie in this little town because they're running Elementals or something. They ran Aquaman last week, which I hear is terrible, but that was the first movie I even remotely wanted to see. But it's a single cinema theater and they only show movies on Friday and Saturday and a Sunday afternoon matinee. So I don't get all of what's coming from Hollywood, but I don't really miss it because Hollywood's gotten so bad. He says, yes, I got it maybe 3 months ago. Does that sound right? Oh, he's not listening to me. Kevin.
Remember which one Azrael was in?
Someone's watching. I guess he's watching old episodes. Kevin was wondering.
Oh, nothing about that series.
Kevin was wondering where it was. I guess I'll put ha ha. Ha ha sounds better than LOL.
I'm going to be considered Batman.
You ever hear people that actually say LOL out loud?
Yes.
And they're not laughing or even smiling.
No, imagine
it's nice weather, LOL.
Imagine hearing people say that in Portugal.
Really? Hey,
but they don't. But we don't say LOL. We say LOL.
Good things about.
Oh, okay.
We're not dropped.
But it's pretty stupid, yeah.
Now, Portuguese is different from Spanish, but are you really good at your Spanish pronunciation?
I can pronounce the stuff, but if I'm reading it, if I'm having a conversation, my normal accent comes up, and I mostly take advantage of the resemblance between languages because I'm not actually fluent in all the Spanish vocabulary.
Okay, well, I've always pronounced the name Sergio Aragonis, but I think it's supposed to be Sergio
Yeah.
Aragonis.
Sergio.
Help me with that.
Sergio.
My wife was trying to teach me, but I forgot.
Did you want him? Did you want him back?
Sergio.
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 The G is like an H. Sergio.
Sort of, yeah.
And then
Aragonés.
last name. How's it done?
Aragonés.
Aragonis. Sergio Aragonis.
Yeah.
Tell these church people to leave you alone.
Yeah, I think we have a tendency to just say Sergio.
Yeah, sure.
Call him Josie.
Yeah, my hey, Joses and Joes. Big problem. Leave that alone.
Wait, I've heard that laugh before on a stream. That must be a regular customer.
Yeah, G.I. Joe, they want to mess you like
So you might,
AI Joe.
you might be able to buy all your comics.
Okay, Michael Taylor says, Ratu, you're right. I just looked it up. It's made up. Sorry, I believed it. That happens to all of us.
Yeah.
Look, Kevin, what they're going to do soon, all this stuff about AI and everything, what they're going to start doing is then they're going to say, you can't believe anything you see. You think you saw a photograph of me doing blah, 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 but I bet it was AI and phony. And then they're going to make it where you can't believe anything you see, so that the politicians or whoever can do whatever they want. And you can go to Epstein Island on the moon and do whatever and say, well, no, that photograph of me eating that person, that's just obviously not Photoshop, but AI. And then they're going to have, they can just do anything they want.
So that my Bible thumping when I gave to you guys?
Oh, of course. It's in our pirate studio. Found jewelry. You know, when you go out pirate hunting and you put all
now,
your
Paulo, are
jewels in
you
like
you're agnostic or an atheist or what is?
Yeah, atheist.
But being an atheist requires just as much belief as being, doesn't it? I mean, wouldn't agnostic, hey, I'm not quite sure, wouldn't that be a safer position?
No, I work with data. Also, you have to do one thing. You don't make any special exceptions for the Christian God if you just think of the Christian God as the same as believing in the Roman gods.
Okay, what if
one God is
they
one
all
God.
exist? Have you ever thought that they could all exist?
Yeah, in that case, you have to look up the advantages of praying to the right God in the right circumstances.
Okay, now what if the Roman and Greek gods and the Egyptian gods were all the product of angels having children with human women? They were Nephilim. They were, what if that's the case? And they were interpreted as gods. And what if,
why would, because
what if,
because they
what
predate,
if
they predate the idea of Nephilim. They predate the idea of Nephilim. You know, the name Jupiter comes from the Proto-Indo-European root for Heavenly Father, and that's 10,000 years old. It predates and that comes from the Proto-Indo-European. Now, Hebrews spoke Semitic languages. They didn't get Heavenly Father from the Proto-Indo-European.
Yeah, well, what if the oldest, what we have that's the oldest is the Sumerian tablets, right? Which talked about the flood and
in writing, yes.
Right.
But we have things that attests to culture that predate that, and the oldest things that you see showing some sort of mysticism that worship the natural condition are the Venus figures from the Paleolithic.
Well,
because the idea of giving birth was actually considered more weirder than anything else.
You
don't have a back issue.
Cool bucks,
Is
huh?
there evil in the world?
No. Well, he does
Good, how you
work
doing?
on a blue moon.
No, you
No.
said. So you're not. You're not like Steve Ditko. They're absolute good and evil. There's.
That's right.
I don't know.
There are things
Sales
that you,
never work. I just keep my prices low all the time.
Now, will you acknowledge that there are people in
Whose
high
bag is this?
places that
Ricky got a new bag?
worship evil things?
I don't want that bag.
they may believe they worship evil things, or they may convince other people that they worship those things.
Yeah.
I can chalk this up to normal human behavior. The thing that most people find it hard to believe that this is human behavior is because most of them themselves, they don't do this kind of thing. So they can't imagine that a normal person would do it of their own volition, but they do.
Well, I respect your. I just seems like there's absolute evil out there. I was reacting to a horrible crash, which I guess was obviously snow melting and coming off the top roof down to the roof here. It's like we start talking about God, and all of a sudden crash. Like, how dare you? Let's see what's going on in Mesa.
Hey, Groucho, I said I was going to show you something, so it's going to surprise you.
You don't want to show me, or you do?
No, I do. I wanted it to be a surprise.
Oh yeah, you told me about that yesterday. Okay, what's up?
You ready?
Yeah. Oh no! Oh my gosh, that's historic.
Look at this. He's brand new.
Is that something you're selling, or is that your personal collection?
I haven't decided, but if I sell it, I'll sell it to you.
Yeah, definitely, because on the hip. For those of you who don't know, I played that character on the Hypnotic Eye. So that's an actual one that still has the strings on it from the factory. So if you ever watch the Hypnotic Eye, you can see it on Roku. Actually, it's on YouTube. Let me see if I can find it.
That's cool. They got the likeness really good on them.
Yeah,
they did. You can actually move his arms and legs with the wires.
Say it again.
Wow. You can actually move the arms and legs with the wires.
Yes, it's a marionette.
Wow.
Oh, okay. So that's what it originally looked like. That is so cool. That's neat. Yeah, if you decide to sell it, that would be something, because I've kind of got like a little bit of a shrine to Joe Riley. That would be good for that, but I never even thought about looking for that in the real world.
Here you go, Kevin.
You ready?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to set you guys down for a second.
All right.
You want me to hold the other one for you?
I hope that music's not going to get me a copyright claim.
Oh, you can blow him a little bit?
Yeah, let me mute it. Let me mute myself.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know if you could hear me. I was talking to him.
Michael Taylor said people on YouTube also report fake celebrity deaths. Fooled him one time. Yeah, there was a Portuguese actress. She was reported dead on the internet several times a year. She's already died. Actually, died since she was young. That's why she kept popping up like that.
I don't know what the word is. Bad taste, I guess. So, Don, well, yeah, we've got an all-star episode with footage from all around the globe. We've got footage from Japan, from China.
That's what my voice used to sound like in the 90s.
India. We've got footage from Peru, Mexico. Every culture you could. Multicultural episode, The Hypnotic Eye. We've got William Shatner, the Ramones, Tiny Tim, Lancelot Link, who the hell else? The Brady Kids. The Brady Kids. You just gotta see those kids. Pinky and Perky. We're gonna run them. I don't even know who the hell Pinky and Perky is. This skinny pig. We'll run Pinky and Perky. Scopatones. Vintage Scopatones. We're gonna show them Scopatones. So why don't we go?
This used to be continually taken down by YouTube, but someone's got it up now, and they've had it up for, what does it say, 9 months. So, and it's had 10 views. What? Well, maybe that's why it stayed up.
Who actually owns the copyright on the show?
Huh?
Who actually owns the copyright on the show nowadays? Because your friend died, right?
Well, there's no real technical copyright because it's all stuff that is taken. That like this Barbie. I mean, this Elvira ad. Everything is clips from movies, and the only thing that was, it was his puppet he created that with the eye. That was created by him, and there's some footage where we go into toy stores and things, and that's original, but most of it's just like a clip show. And I think that some guy named Count Rockula or something was officially given the tapes, and he's the guy, but you can't really. Yeah, I don't know that anyone owns a copyright on it because everything in it is from somewhere else. The theme song is from Ultra Q, the Japanese show. It's all. It used to be able to do that on public domain, on public access television. You could just put together whatever you want. YouTube is far more strict on what you can just put together.
So it's like that electronic music band from the early 90s, the KLF.
Yeah.
I
guess so. I've heard of KLM, but I don't know. Let's see what people are saying here in the chat. People on YouTube also report fake celebrity deaths fooled me one time. Would you want a Marie Osmond also? I have a Marie Osmond. It's just what happened is I'm trying to remember. I was in a thrift store in the early 90s, and there was a Donnie and Osmond, the puppets, and I don't think they had strings, I don't think they had strings. And so Joe Riley, who was a master special effects, and he created that puppet out of nothing, that Cyclops puppet. He strung it up and put 2 sticks, and then since then the strings became impossibly tangled. I just cut the strings about a week ago finally. So I've got the Donnie and Marie puppet. I don't really need it. It's just cool that it's in the box, and it's a character that I'm on the, what do you call it? The internet IMDb or whatever for being on that show. So as Donnie Osmond. So, I played the voice of that puppet, and I guess back then my voice sounded a little more like Donnie Osmond. But yeah, I have those. It's not a big deal. Weren't the Osmonds Mormons? Yes. I can't believe you're still on live. Awesome. Oh shit, we're almost to 6 hours. Yeah, well, it's IRL, right? In real life. What other show where you get to go walk all around a toy show and then go to a comic store and talk to someone in another country? And
a nice old school grotto show.
Do you remember the Osmond Variety Show on TV? Yes. I'm almost 59. Yeah, that was on. I remember the Star Wars episode. That was pretty funny, where Chris Christopherson played Han Solo, and Marie Osmond actually looked pretty good as Princess Leia, and Donnie was. I remember all that. I watched it every Friday night. I like the music of Donnie. I like the music, man. They did. Donnie and Marie did older music. They were like doing songs from the 50s and 60s, and she would do old country songs. And Yeah, I know it's cornball and everything, and you're not supposed to like it because it's not cool. It's just something I like. I even like that song Afternoon Delight because to me that represents the summer of 1976. And that was before everything went to crap. Although it didn't seem that wonderful then, it sure seems great now.
You know, three songs that went into the public domain this year: Mac the Knife, I Want to Be Loved by You, and Making Whoopee.
Do they have to be 100 years old?
The 95.
95.
They went into the public domain this year, so you can record them now any way you want. Any recording that's before 1929, you can play it anywhere.
Well, and as background music on your YouTube channel, you know, in the background while you're showing comics, you can play that 1920s music, and it's great because it's basically the sound of cartoons, because all the great cartoons from that time period.
What I like is that we're finally starting to get some pop music that lasted to today. It's finally in the public domain.
Go to this channel on YouTube. It's got, I don't know how many great oh shit, I just saw the tongue down at the bottom. It's called Atticus Jazz, and it's just nothing but 1920s music. And what's great is while he's playing the songs, he's got all these French postcards and like beautiful pictures of women from the 1920s playing while you're. I got to go to go to full screen. I don't know what I'm missing here. Holy shit. What was that mask again? I was trying to shift something and I just saw a tongue.
What was it?
Taylor says Afternoon Delight was good, better than a lot of crap these days. I don't even know what's popular now. What is it? Taylor Swift? Mac the Knife isn't 95 years old. I think he's not talking about the Bobby Darin version. I think the song itself, I think that was an old song when Bobby Darin sang it. Prior text has nothing to be embarrassed by liking that music. I think you're mailing that EC book, huh? Now the packaging that Kevin does, if you order anything from Gotham City Comics, what do you call those kind of boxes? Are they called butterfly boxes?
That's a Gemini mailer.
Gemini. Okay. Well, I knew it had an I at the end of it, an I sound. Yeah. How long have they made Gemini mailers?
A long time. 5 years. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a way of mailing comics where it's very hard to damage them.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, open that little flap and see if it's a newsstand or a direct market. It's direct.
Anyway, I highly recommend Atticus Jazz on YouTube.
Does it have a logo or does it have a new
countless
barcode?
hours of music off YouTube
Does it
from
have a
there.
barcode? So it's not a newsstand. I thought it was a newsstand.
The original German opera version of Mac the Knife goes into the public domain. The first translation still has five more years to go, and the second translation, which is the one that Bobby Darin recorded, that's still not in the. That was only translated in the 50s, so that's going to last a while.
I already showed you guys.
You can get on Atticus Jazz.
I already showed these, didn't I?
Did you show the other ones that I didn't get? I think so. Did he, Paulo?
How big of
Yeah,
no,
I showed these.
Finished.
No,
I think
no,
you were in the middle when you got interrupted.
And they were without bag of
I think I showed these.
Yes, you did show them because I was talking about that gangster one.
Hey, did we hear from the mystery box?
Yes, Meyer said that he got that book about 3 months ago from you.
Oh, from me?
Okay. See you guys.
Is that what
You got it
were
from
asking?
me?
Yeah. I'll read to you what I wrote. I said, Hey, did you order an Aurora book from Gotham City? Yes, I got it maybe 3 months ago.
Okay.
So, yes, you
I don't
did
have
get it
to-
from you.
I can stop looking.
Yeah, you'd have to order another one. Man, I wonder why it's so much clearer at the convention than when you're in your store. As far as now, it's
Because right now I'm on Wi-Fi. Wait, no, I'm not on Wi-Fi. Yeah, I'm using my cell. I'm using cellular. I should be using my Wi-Fi.
yeah,
So
you probably make it more smooth.
I don't know if I do it while I'm on the phone. I could try.
It's also making your voice like a Cylon.
I already gave them for my payout on it. Oh. I don't have.
Perhaps. Oh,
like
I
lost
think
Kevin.
we lost him. Maybe he'll come back.
Yeah. Okay. What time is it? Okay. I gotta go. I gotta go see. My dad needs help with making
cool.
dinner. It's 28.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna sign off about half an hour. Take care. See you. Are you gonna be on Wednesday?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. Bye.
All righty. So, 13 viewers. How does Salty Cracker stay on YouTube? To me, it seems like YouTube would have canceled him a long time ago. He says whatever the F he wants to. And I seems like people have been kicked off YouTube for far less. I'm not I love Salty Cracker. I'm just wondering, how does he get away with it? I think he got in trouble one time with YouTube because he had these climate change protesters that lined themselves across a highway, and but it was in some other country, and they were on there was a mountain there, and it was a turn around this mountain, a curve where you turned around the curve, and all of a sudden there's a line of people, and this car came around and just knocked over at a pretty high speed like a bunch of these protesters. I don't know if he killed them, but they couldn't have been feeling too good afterwards. And he was just laughing hysterically about it, and YouTube like clamped down on him, and I think they removed the video or something. This is years ago. This thing. I assume you all watch Salty Cracker. I think usually he'll do live streams a couple times a week. He does little shows each day, but live streams longer. And then at a certain point, he'll say, well, this is the end of the YouTube broadcast. Meet me over on Rumble, and we'll talk about things we can't talk about here. But seems like he gets away with a lot. What's going on in Texas? Let's see what's happening with that confrontation. Texas showdown, God's army to block border, armed trucker convoy. This sounds like they're going to stage something. This has all the earmarks of something. They're going to do something and they're going to blame it. I would advise those people to not go down there because they're going to do something and blame it on them. And then it's going to be, oh, we got to round up all these Trump people, put them in. Okay, here's Gotham City.
Is it better now?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Oh,
what is that I'm looking at?
Remember that guy throwing up?
Oh, yeah, it does look like that from a distance. Oh, the record. Yeah. The closer you get to the artwork, the better it looks.
See you, Ricky.
Yeah, you got some good stuff today. Did you pull one of every magnet for me?
Is there any that you don't want?
Let me look. That one I want for
Are
my
you doing
wife.
Twilight Zone you want?
And they're $1 each. Is that what are you going to sell them for
Yeah.
more? Or?
No, they're $1 each.
Yeah, I'd want one of each. I'm going to be in debt to you till I croak, and then my wife will be in debt. But I'll eventually get all this paid off. We're trying to get the property tax finished up, and we paid off the electric bill. That was horrible.
I can't believe how much your electric bill is.
Yeah, no. Well, you got to remember that when you're trying to heat a space that's over 6,000 square feet, and it's 100 years over 100 years old, and it gets down to minus 18, and you have an electric company that has no competition. Back in Texas, there were multiple electric companies, and they were fighting against each other, so they give you lower rates. But here, they have a monopoly in this little town, and minus 18 is pretty brutal. I've never encountered temperatures like that.
You have a fireplace?
No, there used to be one, because I have an old picture of this house from 100 years ago, and I see the chimney sticking up, and I think they removed it and put an air conditioner shaft that goes from the basement intake up to the attic where the fireplace would have been. And that's really dumb that they got rid of it, because if electricity ever goes out, you kind of need a fireplace to survive. So
that's one of every.
Oh, well, that guy was pretty creative, but I wonder, there was a record store I used to go to in Texas called Doc's Records, and they would do amazing magnets based on pinups and old magazine covers and things. This might be something you could get into and make magnets of cool images that you find.
A cool thing is I have a metal door, so I can put them all over my door.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you can text me too. You can help me out.
Yeah. I don't know what else I have to show you guys. I don't think I've shown.
Okay. Well, you don't have to stick on all day. I'm probably gonna go watch Donald Trump here pretty soon. And maybe,
yeah, what time? What time does that start?
Oh, let me see. Because today, of all days, if you don't watch every single time he speaks like I do, I think today, after him being in court yesterday and being told to pay, what is it, $80 million, I think he's going to be in rare form today. That one there, if
This
you
is my
could make a
favorite
poster
one.
of that, I don't think that shrunken into a magnet would. That needs to be either kept that size or blown up. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
What's the name of that, so I could maybe find that online? What issue is it, and what is it? It's Amazing Stories. Okay. And it's July
39.
Oh, okay. That'd be easy to find, just so I could have that image to put on Instagram or something.
Yeah.
Well, what I do is I just go to YouTube and I look up Right Side Broadcasting. Oh, they're already live. But I mean, he's not on yet. I don't think he'll start till 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock your time. But no, wait, are you behind me? What time is it there now?
It's 12:49.
Okay, he'll start probably 3 or 4. Let me see. He's going to start at 4 p.m. Eastern time. So that would possibly be 2 p.m. your time?
Yeah. Or no, I think I'm an hour or 2 hours behind you.
Wait, I'm right now. It's 1:50. I'm central.
Okay.
I'm
So you're
1
just an
hour
hour
from.
ahead.
So, and I think you're an hour behind me. So I think that he will start at. I can't figure this out. It's too complicated. Anyway, it'll come. I don't know if that's the smartest business move to be playing Donald
No, I
Trump
wouldn't,
in
I
your
wouldn't play
store.
it inside. I wouldn't play it inside.
Oh, I mean, some customers may love it, but
Yeah, that would be that one though. The one that would come in and then I get a negative review.
yeah, and those people on that side are the ones that will damage your store or throw
Yeah,
eggs at. They're the or they're just they're
yeah.
crazy.
They'll key my car or something.
Yeah, yeah, all of that stuff. They do that in Austin to a lot of people that have the wrong bumper stickers or that have big trucks that pollute. They'll do that. They'll flatten tires. They'll do all kinds of garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff is amazing. I know you may be the only comic store in the country that's got a sarcophagus. Does it open up?
No, these are panels. I haven't put them up yet.
Oh wow.
These are gonna line the walls. They're a bunch of different panels.
Does that comic dealer that you were looking at, is that just the stuff he brings to shows? Does he have a lot more books somewhere?
Probably. See, these are panels, giant panels that are gonna line this hallway.
Yeah. That's not a
So when you
hallway that customers ever see, right?
No, this will be the hallway. Maybe one day I'll open this to the public, but it'll be like like walking into a tomb.
Are you sure you don't want to do that in your house, or would that be insane?
No, I'd rather do it here than my house. It's not that it would be insane.
Well, I know it
Sure.
wouldn't be insane to me, but to any potential date you bring to your house, it might be,
If they don't like that, then I
Well, then
wouldn't
they're
want to do it.
probably not the right. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I get you. It's a good test.
Yeah.
I used to take girls when I was in high school to see the midnight showings of Dawn of the Dead that were every weekend at this theater at the mall, just to see if they like it or not. And if they don't like it, they're probably not going to like me too much. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna sign off for now, guys.
All right, take care. Thank you for
Okay.
all that. That was a great,
Oh, yeah.
great fun. Take care.
You're welcome. All right. Talk to you guys later.
I will. Bye. Well, so that's something. We got to see a toy show. We got to see inside. If you want any of those magnets, those board game magnets, or those Fantastic Fours that I didn't already claim, call up Gotham City Comics. I'm going to go watch Right Side Broadcasting. I highly recommend you do the same thing. Atticus Jazz, if you like 1920s music, which you should. And I am not going to steer you wrong. I'll steer you to all the fun things. So, let's start turning the lights off here. Ouch. It'll be hard for you to stand up too when you're my age. So I might do another show later, like a real show that's not StreamYard. We used almost 6 hours of my free 20 hours a month of StreamYard today. So Well, it's been nice to have you fellers here today. And don't take any wooden nickels, and see you later if the creek don't rise and the good Lord willing and all that stuff. So blah 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 blah.